So hello everyone, welcome to the Python Beginner Course 2024. By the end of this video, you would have mastered the fundamentals of Python by practicing almost 40 plus exercises, which covers almost 60 plus topics from variables to functions to modules and beyond. I hope this course gives you the confidence to start a new chapter in the field of programming. Without wasting any more time, let's get started. But first, we'll be downloading two things. One is Python, the latest version of Python. To do that, go to Google, search Python, and the first result, which is python.org. Just click on it, hover over the downloads button, and here you have the latest version of Python. Click on it, download, and install it. So next, we'll be downloading a software called PyCharm. To do that, in the Google search engine, type PyCharm and click on the first result, which is jetbrains.com. Now once you're in the home page, click on the download button, and we are going to download the free version of PyCharm, which is called as the community edition. Just scroll down and here you have the free version of PyCharm. So if you're using a Windows system, you'll have a .exe file, download and install it. If you're using a Mac, then you have to download the appropriate DMG file. Older versions of Mac, they have the Intel chip, so download this version. If you're using a new version of Mac which has the Apple Silicon chip, download the DMG file appropriately. So if you have any doubt on the installation part of both Python and PyCharm, just check out the video in my playlist. PyCharm is an IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment. So it's nothing but a software where we can write, edit, run, and debug Python code. Now we'll see how to open PyCharm and create a new project called Hello World. To do that, click the Launchpad and click the PyCharm icon. Once PyCharm has been opened, we'll create the new project button here and give a name for our project. I'll name it Hello World. Make sure you select the latest version of Python which we have downloaded and click Create. So this will create a virtual environment. So now, once the environment has been created, we are going to create a new file with the extension .py. So any file with .py represents a Python file. So to do that, this is the folder, Hello World. Right click on it, go to New and click on Python file. Now name your file. I'll name it as main and I'll click Python file. So now you can see there is a file called main which has an extension .py, meaning this is a Python file. And this Python file is inside the Hello World project. So you might have noticed one difference, that your PyCharm theme is white in color and mine is dark in color. So to make it dark, you have to go to your upper right hand corner, click this wheel button and click on settings. Under settings, go to appearance and behavior, go to appearance and select the theme which you like. I have selected dark theme, and once you select dark, click OK. And one more thing you have to change is the font size. To change the font size, go to editor, fonts, and change the appropriate size which you want and click OK. So the user interface of PyCharm has basically three parts. The part where the folder and the files are located are called as the project tool window. And once we select a file, to our right, the empty space where we can write the code, this part is called as the editor. Once we have written some Python code, we are going to hit the run button here. And once we hit the run button, another window pops up which basically displays the output of whatever is written in the editor. And this window is called as the run tool window. So functions are pieces of code which does a specific task. We can compare functions to real world objects. For example, The function of a pen is to write. The function of a phone is to call somebody or text somebody. Similarly, in Python, there are certain inbuilt functions which can be used to do something. For example, to print an object in the output, we can use something called print function. These type of functions which come inbuilt in Python are called inbuilt functions. And first we'll be looking at these inbuilt functions, and later as we go on, we'll see how to create our own function using something called as the def keyword. So now we'll use the print function to print a message in the output. Let's say we want to print a message called hello world. To do that, first what we'll do in the editor, I'll type print everything in small letters followed by an open and closed parenthesis. Now whatever message I enter inside this parenthesis, when I hit the run button, that will be displayed in the output. Since we are entering the message called hello world, I'll enclose this hello world message within quotation. It can be either a single quote or a double quote. Here I'll use double quotes, right? So within double quotes, I'll enter the message hello world. Now I'll hit the run button. And as you can see in the output here, hello world message is being displayed. I'll just minimize this so that we can see both the editor and the output clearly. Now, this type of data, that is anything within quotations, single or double quotations, is called as a string. So strings are nothing but sequence of characters within quotations. And these characters can be of three types. Either they can be alphabets, like what we have displayed here, hello world, or it can be numbers, for example 66, or it can be any symbol, let's say a dollar symbol, right? So anything that is an alphabet, a number, or any symbol within quotations, either single or double quotations. Let's change this double quotation into single, right? Here also I have single, here also I have single. So anything within these quotations is referred to as a string. And when we hit the run button, the message will be displayed here. So let's say now we want to print only numbers, right? So to print only numbers, we use the same formula. That is, the syntax for print function will be similar. We first enter print followed by an open and closed parenthesis. The only difference is that to print a number, either a integer or a decimal number. Integers in Python, in short, they are referred to as int, int, and decimal numbers are in short referred to as float, float, float. So to enter these type of numbers, we directly enter it inside the parenthesis. For example, let's say 55, and I'll type another print function, and I'll put a float 3.4, for example. So we have three types of data here. One is a string which is enclosed within parenthesis. One is a whole number or integer which we have directly entered into the print statement. Another is a floating point or decimal number which we have directly entered into the print statement. Now when I hit enter, all three messages inside the print function is being displayed in the output, one line after the other. This is very important because in Python, each line is being executed one at a time. So first line 1 gets executed, whatever message is inside that gets printed, then it comes to line 2, then it sees, okay, we have to print this message called 55, then it goes to line 3, it prints the message 3.4. So in these three lines of code which we have entered, we have followed a particular rule here. We first type the print followed by the open parenthesis, then the message followed by closed parenthesis. So this set of rules which we have to follow is called as syntax. And this syntax is what will differ from each programming language. Basically, syntax is a way of writing code so that the computer will understand what we are trying to tell it. If we were to break the rule, for example, let's say I remove the closing parenthesis here, and when I hit enter, it will result in something called as a syntax error here, as we can see in the output. So it's very important to follow these rules so that we minimize such errors so that our code runs smoothly. Syntax highlighting is basically an inbuilt function of PyCharm, which basically helps the programmer to differentiate different elements of the code by giving different colors to the code. So as you can see, all the print is given in purple color, the parentheses are in white color, strings are in green color, the integers and floats are in blue color, right? So this different color shading to different elements of the program is called syntax highlighting. And one more thing is that when we removed the parenthesis, for example, you can see this squiggly line, right? So this is another way by which PyCharm basically hints us that we have done something wrong with the code. If I want to, let's say, print another line and I want to type the print function, just by hitting the letter P, PyCharm will predict what I'm trying to do next, and I can choose from these options. So take a look at this output. Basically, we have three lines which are printed one after the other, and there are several ways by which we can get this type of output. So one way is to use the print statement several times so that each line of the output we enter it into one print statement. But this type of code is inefficient, and there's one other way we can get the same output by using something called \n. So \n is nothing but an escape character, which when used inside a string will tell PyCharm to print whatever comes after it in the next line. So here I've got the same output by using the \n inside the string. So as you can see in line 1, we have the print function inside which we have the entire string to be printed. So whatever follows \n, that is, I welcome you to this course on Python, will be printed on the next line. Then we again put a \n so that whatever follows after this, that is, let's start coding, will be printed on the third line. So we have written basically the same three lines of code into a single line using \n inside the print function. This is another way where we can get the same output using triple single quotes. So here I have written the print function followed by open parenthesis, then three single quotes, then the message which I want to print in the same order as the output I expect, followed by triple single quotes to end the string, then the closing parenthesis. So we can use the backslash with other things, and here I've used it with \t, which represents a tab character. Basically, it leaves a space between the price of items and the $55. So between these two, there is a tab character which is inserted. And we can also use this \t with \n together. For example, if I type here \n, what this code means is that, so after I print this message, it will go to the next line, which is represented by \n. Then it will add a tab character represented by \t. Then it will print this message. So when I hit run, as you can see, after printing the first message, it goes to the next line, then there is a tab character, then the next message is being printed here. Let's say I want to print this message, let's play cricket, and the cricket should be enclosed within double quotations. So in the conventional way, if I were to write this message in the print statement, it will lead to an error. As you can see here, I have written the same message, but PyCharm basically thinks that the message starts from here since the first double quotation is here, and it will end here. So whatever is inside this will be regarded as a string, and whatever comes after it, PyCharm doesn't understand what it is, and when I hit enter, it will lead to a syntax error. So to overcome this, we can also use the backslash character, which is an escape character, just before the thing which we want PyCharm to ignore. So we want PyCharm to ignore these two double quotations around cricket. So we'll put a backslash in front of here and also a backslash in front of this code so that when we hit run, there is no syntax error. PyCharm will understand that the string starts from here and ends here, and it will ignore these two quotations since a backslash is in front of it. This would be your first exercise where you have to write the code to get this following output. So pause the video and try to complete this challenge. To complete this exercise, we have to use three things. One is the print function, inside which we'll enter the entire message which we want to print. Then we'll use \n to print each line one after the other. Then we'll use \n along with \t so that Python, Java, and C will be printed one line after the other and with a tab character in front of it. So here on line 1, you can see I've written the code to get the following output. So we have the print function followed by a parenthesis. Then we have double quotes inside which the entire message is being written. First, we enter the line 1 message followed by a \n, then followed by the message we want to print in line 2, then followed by a \n which goes to the next line, then a \t which will give a tab character before it will print Python. Then the same thing follows for Java and also for C. Quick one. I have created this ebook which includes all the screenshots of this course with explanations covering all the topics and exercises. And it also includes a summary sheet explaining the code in short. If you're interested, do check it out at thedevguru.com. It has taken me quite a long time to compile this course, and I would highly appreciate if you can support this channel. Thank you, and let's get back to the course. So variables in Python are a way to store data. So to simply explain it, just imagine a cardboard box, and in this cardboard box, I'm placing a pin inside it and closing the cardboard box. Now I'm naming this cardboard box as X, the letter X. So we can say that the cardboard box or the variable X contains a data called pin. Now let's create two variables which stores a number and a string. I'll name the first variable as X, followed by an equal to sign, followed by the data which we want to enter into the variable. So here I have two variables X and Y. So X contains the integer 5 and Y contains the string John. We know it's a string because it is surrounded by double quotations. So to declare a variable, first we have to write the variable name. For example, I've written X here. Then we have to put equal to sign. So this equal to sign is different from mathematics. Here it is called as assignment operator. Basically what it tells that we are assigning the value 5 to the variable X. We are assigning a string John to the variable Y. And if we want to print whatever data is inside these variables, we just have to type the variable name inside the print function. So let's say we want to print the value inside X. We just type the print function followed by X inside the print function. And if I hit play, we can see in the output that 5 is displayed. Similarly, to print the value inside the variable Y, I'll hit print again and put the variable name inside it and hit run. So first X is printed, then we print the value of Y. We can rewrite this code by adding a comma and writing the second variable name and hit run so that both the values of the variables are printed in the same line. We can give appropriate names to the variables based on the data type which it stores. For example, in the first line, X has a value 5, right? So 5 is a number. So we can rename the variable name as number. And Y holds a string called John. So we can rename Y as name. We can't randomly name these variables, but we have to follow a certain rules. That is, the naming of variables basically begins with a letter. It can be a capital letter or small letter within the alphabets, or it can be an underscore. And the remaining characters can be a letter, number, or underscore. Third point is that all the variables are case sensitive, meaning suppose If we want to print the number, for example, we just type print function and enter the variable inside it. And when I hit the run button, it will display whatever value is inside number. But if I just enter the number with a capital N, let's see what happens. When I hit run, it results in a name error because this number and this number are totally different. This has a capital N and this number has not been defined previously. So that's the reason we get a name error here. The next thing is that we can't use Python keywords. For example, the print function, we can't use print equal to 5. That will also result in an error. And suppose if we want to use two names, we can either write both the names without any space or use an underscore. For example, here we can write this as first underscore name. So string concatenation is basically a fancy term to join two strings together. For example, I'll type the print function, and inside print function, we'll type two strings, right? Two strings. One is hello. We'll type hello inside double quotes. Then we'll type another string called, let's say, world, hello world. So in order to combine these two strings, we are going to put a plus operator in between both of them. So what we have done here is basically we are combining the string hello with another string called world within the print function. So when I hit play, both hello and world are combined together and it displays as a single output. Let's see how we can use string concatenation and variables together. So I'll create a variable called name and let's say John, right? Now I want to greet John with a hello message. So what I'll do, type print followed by the message which is hello. Then I'll put the plus sign followed by the name of the variable name, right? Now when I hit run, it will give a greeting message, hello John. But the problem is there is no space between hello and John. So to create the space, what we can do is we can either create the space at the end of the first string, that is after O, we can put a space, then hit run. Or in other words, what we can do is we can add an empty string with a space in between the hello and name. For example, after here we can add an with double quotes an empty string, then add one more plus operator between it so that this string gets added to this string, then it gets added to this string. So we'll get hello space John. In this example, I'm trying to print a message called Happy New Year 2024. But when I hit run, I get an error called type error, and it says can only concatenate string to string and not int. So how can we convert this integer 2024 into a string so that we can use string concatenation to get our desired output? We can do this by two methods. One is by passing the variable name inside a function called str. So what is this str function? When we pass year inside str, basically it changes the integer into a string. And now this string can be added to this string. So this is called as type conversion. Now when we hit run, we can see the message has been added to 2024. So the second method is by using formatting strings. And formatting string always starts with an F before the string begins. And whatever we want to convert into a string, we pass that inside these curly brackets. So we want to convert 2024. So we have to pass the variable name year inside curly brackets so that 2024 would become a string 2024 and we can add it to the message Happy New Year. So this is the second exercise you'll be doing. So this is the information which is given to you. So you have to use your knowledge of variables to store this information and use the knowledge of f strings and escape characters to give this output. Pause the video and try it yourself. Let's see the answer for exercise 2. So I have made three variables, name, patents and died, and I have entered the given information appropriately to these variables. Note that on line 2, patents contains a numerical value, an integer 300, and the other two are basically strings. On line 4, I've used the print function and I've started an f string, and inside the f string I've written the message, and inside the curly braces I've entered the appropriate name of the variable. Note that in the output the 300 patents are within double quotes. I've used the escape character before the double quotes here so that Python won't misinterpret while reading line 4, because we have started this f string with a double quote and ended with a double quote. So comments are like note taking in PyCharm, and we can do by two methods. One is by using hashtags. Another thing is by using either a triple single quote or triple double quotes. So when we use hashtags, whatever text which follows the hashtag, as you can see is gray in color, will be ignored by PyCharm and won't be executed. Similarly, in line 5, I've started the line with the comment, so this entire line will be ignored by PyCharm. So when we use triple single quotes or triple double quotes, we have to end it with triple single quotes or triple double quote. So I can write the same message as a paragraph, and since I've started with a triple single quote and ended with a triple double quote, this entire line 7 and 8 will be ignored by PyCharm and won't be executed. So by using hashtags or triple single or triple double quotes, we can give comments so that when we come later and see our own code, we will be able to easily understand which part of the code is doing what. Len function is used to see how many characters are there in an object. Let's say we want to see how many characters are there in this string which is stored in the variable name. So to do that, we'll write the len function. In short form, we have to write it as len followed by open and closed parenthesis. And inside the len function, we'll pass the name of the variable which has the string whose length we are going to find. So I'll pass name into the len function, and then we'll pass this entire thing into the print statement so that we can see the output. Now when I hit run, you can see there are 12 characters in the string Nikola Tesla, including the space in between. So here we have a string called Nikola Tesla, which is being assigned to a variable called name. And each character in this string, or we can say that each element of the string, for example, N, I, K, O, and so on, each have a specific number assigned to it. This number is referred to as index. An index always starts with 0. Here above we have the string and below we have the index of each element of that string. So n has an index 0, I has an index 1, and so on. Even the space character has an index 6. Remember from the previous lesson, the len function, there were almost 12 characters. Basically it starts from 1. That's why you got 12 characters, but here indexing always starts from 0. We can use these index to access each element of the string, and this process is called subscripting a string. Let's say we want to print only the letter K from the string Nikola Tesla. So how can we access this element K? We know index starts from 0 and n is designated 0, I is designated 1, and k is designated 2. So the index of k is 2. So how can we access it? First we have to type the variable name where the string is stored. So I'll type name followed by open and closed square brackets, and inside the square brackets we'll be entering the index number. So we know to access k we need an index 2, and this entire thing will go into print statement. Now when I hit run, you can see I have printed the element k using its index 2. Another way of subscripting is by using negative indexes. So as you can see here, the last element of a string is given the index -1. Second last is -2. Next we have -3, then -4. It goes on like that. So using these negative indexes, we can easily access the last element. So this last element of the string, we can access either using 11, or very easily we can use -1, the negative index. So when I hit run, it prints out the last element A. So previously we saw how to access each element using index and subscripting. Now what if we want to access a portion of a string? For example, we want to print Nikola from Nikola Tesla. So how can we do this? We can do this by using something called slicing. So slicing basically is similar to how we did for subscripting, except inside the square brackets we are going to define a starting and an ending index. So the syntax goes as follows. First we write the variable name, then the square brackets, inside which we'll write the starting index, colon, and ending index. So for example, if we want to print Nikola, the starting index, which is the index of n, is 0, and the ending index should be an index higher than the element which we want to print. So we'll take 6 as the ending index. So first we'll write the variable name, square brackets, the starting index, and the ending index, which is 6. Now we'll put the entire thing inside the print function. Now when I hit run, you can see Nikola is printed here. Now let's look at this example. So I'm trying to print Nikola separately and Tesla separately. So to do that, I've made two print statements. Inside the print statement, in line 2, I have not specified the starting index, and in the print statement for line 3, I have not specified the ending index. So when these two lines of code is being interpreted, by default, if any value is not there in the starting index, PyCharm will interpret as 0, and if no value is there in the ending index, it will take the last index of the string. So this will be basically 0 to 6, that is n to a. So it will print Nikola here, and this will take 7, which is t, to the last index a. So Tesla will be printed by line 7. So when we hit run, we can see Nikola is printed from line 2, Tesla is printed from line 3. String methods are basically inbuilt functions which can be applied to string objects. And the syntax is as follows. First we write the variable name followed by a dot. Then we write the string method. There are several string methods, but here we'll be discussing 5 of the main string methods. Now in this example, I have created two variables, name1, name2. And in name1, it has a string called John Carter and several spaces before and after the name. And in name2, it has Maxwell, and the characters of the string are all in uppercase. Now I have written 6 print functions, and inside these print functions, I have used the string methods to these variables. Now I'll hit the run button and explain each method one by one. So as you can see in the output, we have got 6 lines of output from 6 lines of print statement. So inside the print function, I have first added the variable name, either name1 or name2, followed by a dot, then the string method. And in line 6, I have used more than one string method, title and strip. When I use the upper string method, all the characters in John Carter are converted into upper cases. And when we use the lower string method, all the characters in Maxwell are converted into lower characters. If I use title string method, only the first character of each word, for example here J and C of John Carter, will be converted into capital letters. If we use capitalize string method, only the first letter of the string will be converted into capital, rest everything will be converted into small letters. And when we use strip method, what it does, it will remove all the white spaces before and after the word John Carter and only print John Carter. And if we combine both the title case and the strip method, we'll get only John Carter with J and C capital letters. So we can use with the variables either a single string method, or we can combine 2 or 3 string methods together to get the desired output. So in exercise 3, I have given you a variable name which contains a string Nikola Tesla. And I want you to write the code to get the output KOLA from this string. Use your knowledge of slicing to get the desired output. So the solution is this. The starting index is 2 because we want to print cola, and K has an index 2, and the ending index is one index higher than the last character, and the last character is A, which has an index 5. So we'll take 6 as the last index or ending index. So when we hit run, we have cola as the output. Now coming to the next exercise, I've given you a variable called Tesla birthday, and a string is assigned to that variable. Now you have to write a code so that you'll get this expected output: year equal to 1856, month equal to 7, day equal to 10. Pause the video and try it yourself. So this is the solution for exercise 4. So we have given with this variable called Tesla's birthday, which has a string and not a number. So we can use slicing to get elements from the string and store it into appropriate variables, and use these variables along with an f string to get this desired output. So here in line 2, I've sliced from Tesla birthday the first 2 elements, that is 0 and 1, and I've stored that in the variable day. Next, I've taken these 2 elements and stored in month by using the appropriate index. And last, I've taken these 4 elements from the string and have assigned it to the year variable. Note, when you don't define the starting variable, by default it will take it as 0, and if you don't designate the ending variable, by default it will take the last character. Now in line 5, in the print function, I've used an f string, and I've added the variables inside curly brackets, and I've also used \n so that year equal to 1856 is printed, and then it goes to the next line, and month equal to 07 will be printed, and it goes to the next line, day equal to 10 it will be printed. So in this exercise, I have given you 2 variables, date and message. In both the variables, we have only strings. Now I want you to write a code so that you get the output Happy New Year 2024, and all the words should start with a capital letter. So use your knowledge of slicing, title method and f string to complete this challenge. Now let's see the solution. Now first what we'll do is, from this variable date, we are going to take this element 2024 and store it in a separate variable called year. So I'll write the variable name date, open the square brackets, and 2 has an index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the index, starting index will be 4, then you have colon, and we leave the ending index empty so that it will take the entire string after 4. Now we'll type the print function, and inside the print function I'll start it with an f string, and here I'll write inside curly brackets. First we'll write the name of the variable which contains the string Happy New Year, so that will be message. And since we want all the first letters of the word to be in caps, we'll use title method. So I'll write T title method, then I'll hit a space, again curly brackets, and I'll type the year variable. Now we'll hit run. We have Happy New Year 2024. I'll explain line 4. Basically, we've taken the print function and used an f string, and inside the f string, first we have taken the string inside the message variable and converted the first letters into capital letters. Then we have taken the year variable which contains 2024 here. Exercise 6, we have 2 variables a and b. A has 10, b has 20. You have to write the code so that A holds the value 20 and B holds the value 10. We can solve this problem by two ways. In the first way, I have reassigned the values of A and B. So I have written in line 3, A comma B is equal to 20 comma 10. Now A will hold the value 20 and B holds the value 10. So when I hit run, we have reassigned the value A equal to 20, B equal to 10. The second way of doing it is by using an extra variable. We create a variable called C equal to, and we take the value of A and put it into C. So we'll write C equal to A. Now A is empty and we'll take the value of B and put into A. So A now is equal to B. What this states that we have taken the value of B and assigned it to a variable A. Now B is empty, the variable B is empty. We can assign the value of C which holds the initial value 10 to B. So B is equal to C. You can understand this code by imagining two cups A and B. A has 10, B has 20. Now if we take a separate cup called C, and that C cup is empty. So basically we are pouring the contents of the cup A into C. Now A becomes empty. We take the contents of B and put it into A. Now B becomes empty. We take the content of C and put into B. So mathematical operators are basically symbols which can be used to perform numerical operations. So there are 7 operations which can be done. With this example, I'll explain all those 7 operations. So we have two variables A and B. A has been assigned the value 5, B has been assigned the value 2. Now I've used all the mathematical operators here. The plus symbol adds the content of variable A and B, hence gives an output 7. The minus symbol to subtract. This is called as the asterisk. And this asterisk is used to multiply two numbers. So we get 10. Then we have the forward slash, which is for division. Remember, backward slash is an escape character, and we use with print statement \n to print in the next line. So this is a forward slash, and this divides two numbers. If we use two forward slashes, this is called as floor division, and it will give the highest integer. So basically when we divide 5 divided by 2, you get 2.5. The highest integer is 2. So the answer is 2. Then this symbol is called as the modulus. So modulus is basically when we divide 5 by 2, whatever the remainder, that will be displayed as the output. So 2 2s are 4, the remainder is 1. So 1 will be displayed when we use modulus. And when we use double asterisk, we are raising the power. So 5 to the power 2, or you can otherwise say as this is an exponent. So 5 to the power 2 is 5 5s are 25. There is an order of execution when we perform mathematical operations. And this order is as follows. Whatever is inside parenthesis will be done first. Then the exponent will be done. Then multiplication, division, floor division, and modulus. And then only addition and subtraction. For example, here in line 3, we have multiplication and division in the same line. The order of execution will be whatever is to the left will be done first. So we get 10 into 20, which is 200. That will be divided by A. From left to right will be the order of execution. So the answer will be 20. Input functions are basically used to ask the user a question and get a response from the user. We usually use input function along with variable so that whatever response is given by the user can be assigned to a variable, and we can use that variable in the subsequent codes. Let's say, for example, we can ask the user what is your name, and whatever the response he gives, we'll take that response and store it in a variable called name. So I'll start line 1 with the variable name called name equal to, then I'll enter the input function. So input function syntax, you just have to type input everything in small letters then open and closed parenthesis. Now whatever message you print inside this parenthesis will be displayed in the output, but it should be a string. So I'll open double quotes here, and inside it I'll ask the question, what is your name? So this is a string and this is passed inside the input function. So when I hit run, it will ask the question, what is your name? And it will wait for the user's response. So here we can type the response. For example, I am typing John. When I hit enter, the program finishes. Basically, whatever entry I've given, this will be assigned to the variable name. Now we can use this variable in subsequent codes. For example, let's say we'll print a greeting message to the name, hello, followed by the response. So to do that, I'll use the print function. I'll start an F string. I'll type the word hello. Then inside curly braces, I'll type the variable name. Now when I hit run and it asks a question, I'll type a name. Once I hit enter, this name which I have typed, which is stored in the variable name, is being used in line 2 along with this message hello to give the final output hello John. Now remember, input function will always return a string. Now here I've written 3 lines of code. I've asked the user to enter a number using the input function, and whatever entry I'll store it or assign it in the variable number no. In line 2, I'm trying to square the number using the double asterisk and storing that in a variable called sq. Then in line 3, I'm going to print the message square of the number is and whatever the squared answer. Now when I hit run, it will ask the question enter a number. I hit 2 for example. Now when I hit enter, since we have seen that input will always return a string, this will result in an error. You can see a type error. It says unsupported operand type for power string and string. Basically it's saying that we cannot do a mathematical operation with a string. So here, once we entered the number 2, 2 basically will be stored as a string, something like this, and not as 2 like this. So to convert that, we can pass the entire input function into an int function so that the string will be converted into an int. So here I'll type int and pass the entire input function inside the int function. When I hit run, I enter 2 here, hit enter. Now the answer is 4. It has taken this 2, and since input here will always return a string, and that string is being converted by the int function into an integer, and that integer is stored in number. Now you can perform the mathematical operation. Then in line 3 will print the output here. Since input function returns always a string, we can use string methods along with input function. So in this example in line 1, I'm going to add a string method dot title so that when the user enters his name, we have applied the title case to that string, and that will be stored inside the variable name. Now we can also add the string methods here within the f string. Now I'll add a string method called upper for the variable place. Let's hit run. Now what is your name? Turing. Now when I hit enter, the title case is applied to Alan Turing and is stored in the variable called name. Similarly, after this question is asked, where are you from? The United Kingdom answer is being assigned to the variable place, and in line 3, we have applied the upper method to this United Kingdom so that all the characters are in uppercase. Now in exercise 7, I want you to ask 2 questions to the user. What is your name? What is your date of birth? And once they enter the name and date of birth, I want you to calculate the age from this date of birth using string slicing. And finally, I want you to print an output. Hello John Carter, your age is 34. So pause the video and try it yourself. Let's see the solution for exercise 7. On line 1, I'm asking the question, what is your name to the user? And once he enters the answer John Carter, and to that string, I'll apply the title method and store the answer into the variable name. On line 2, I'll ask the user for the date of birth in this concerned format. Once he enters the date of birth, that will be stored as a string in the variable dob. Now from this string, I'm going to slice only the year and store it in the variable year. So the starting index of this will be 6 followed by a colon, and the ending index I've left it empty so that it will take till the end of the string. Now once we have this year, we can calculate the age by subtracting it with 2024. But the problem is this year is a string and we have to convert the string into an integer. So in line 4, I have used the int function and passed in the variable year inside it, so that string becomes an integer and we can perform this mathematical operation. Now once age is calculated, in line 5 I've used an f string and entered the appropriate variables name and age into the message which I want to print in the output. Let's hit run. So here, what is your name? John Carter. Date of birth, we'll enter something like this. When I hit enter, I have the message, hello John Carter, your age is 34. Now in exercise 8, you'll be asking two questions. The first question will be enter first number. The user enters, for example, number 2. Second question will be enter second number. User will enter, for example, 1. You're going to calculate the sum of these two numbers. Then you're going to display in the output sum of 2 and 1 is 3. Pause the video, try it for yourself. So here is the answer for exercise 8. So in line 1 and 2, I've created two variables, number 1 and number 2, and I've asked both the questions using the input function. Note that I've used an int function and passed the entire input inside it so that whatever the string which the input returns will be converted into an integer. And once these numbers are assigned to these variables, on line 3, I've created another variable called sum of two numbers, and I've used the plus operator to add both the numbers and assign that to this variable. So in line 5, I used the f string along with print statement to get the appropriate output. When I hit run, asks for the first number, I'll hit 2. Asks for the second number, I'll hit 1. And I hit enter. Sum of two numbers, 2 and 1 is 3. In exercise 9, I want you to ask questions to get the user's name and year of birth, and from the year of birth, calculate the number of days, weeks, and years left, assuming an average human lives 70 years. So you have to get this following output. Pause the video and try it yourself. Let's see the solution for the exercise. In line 1, I've used the input function to ask for the user's name and entered it into a variable called name. In line 2, I've used an input function to ask the user's year of birth and assigned it to a variable called year. Note that input function always returns a string. So in line 3, to calculate the age, I'm going to convert the year into an integer by passing the variable year into an int function. Then I'll subtract it with the current year 2024 to calculate the age of the individual. Once I know the age of the individual, I'm going to subtract it with 70, which is the average human age, and whatever age we are going to get will be stored in a variable called years left. Now in line 5 and line 6, I'm going to calculate the remaining number of days by multiplying it with 365 and storing it into the variable days left. And in line 6, I'm going to multiply it with 52. Since there are 52 weeks in a year, I'll assign it to a variable called weeks left. Now line 7 and 8, I've used the print function along with fstring to print the expected output. Although we could have written it in one print function, it will be very long, so I've used it in two print functions. And in line 8, I've used \n and \t so that it will be printed on the next line with a slight indentation. Now look at this example. Let's say you're driving a car and it's about to rain, and the car asks you the question, is it raining or not? If you respond by saying yes, then the car automatically switches on the windshield wiper for you. And if you say no to the question, nothing happens and you continue your journey. Let's see how to write a code in Python using the if-else statement for this example. Look at this piece of code. So in line 1, I'm asking the user, is it raining? Using the input function. And I have added a string method called lower so that whatever answer is given by the user, that will be converted into lowercase, and I've assigned the entire answer to this variable called raining or not. Now in line 2, I've used the if keyword followed by the condition I want to check, which is I want to check whether the answer given by the user is equal to a string called yes. Now remember, I've used a double equal to sign here and not a single equal to. Single equal to, as we have seen in line 1, is an assignment operator. It will assign the value to this variable, whereas double equal to will check the value. It checks whether left hand side is equal to the right hand side. So when this condition is checked by the if statement, if the answer given by the user is equal to our expected answer, then this condition will return a value true. And if it returns a value true, then alone this line of code will be executed by PyCharm. If you look closely in line 3, there is an indentation here. This indentation is exactly 4 spaces, and by default, if we enter after the colon, there is an indentation automatically created. This is called as the if block. That is a block of code which will be executed only if the condition in the if statement is true. Now let's see if I hit run and enter yes to the question, we get the display switch on the windshield wiper. Here you can see why I have used the lowercase, because the answer we want, which is a string called yes, this is in lowercase. So when the user types by mistake in uppercase, this string method will convert it into a lowercase and it will store in the variable. And once the value entered by the user matches the string which we expect, it will execute the if block and print the concerned message. What if the user types no as the response and we want to print a message called continue journey? To do this, we can use the else block. So you can see in line 4, I've created the else statement. So to create the else statement, you just type the word else, everything in small letters, followed by a colon. After that, I hit enter, which is followed by an indentation here, following which I'll type the message which I want to print. Now note that in else statement, I haven't defined any condition. This means that if the if statement's condition, that is, if this condition returns false, then alone else statement block of code will be executed. So when I hit run, I'll type no and hit enter. The answer no is converted into lowercase and stored into the variable raining or not. Then when the PyCharm executes line 2, it will check this condition. And since the variable raining or not stores a value no, which is not equal to yes, this condition returns a value false. And since it is false, the if block will not be executed, and by default, the else block will be executed, displaying the message continue journey. This is the same piece of code except for line 3 where I have removed the indentation. Let's see what happens if I run the code now. You can see I've got an error called indentation error. This is because on line 3, I have missed the indentation. So when Python interprets line 2, it notices the keyword if and it is expecting an indentation on line 3. So when we hit tab on line 3 and run again, now the code works. So note that the line after the if statement and the else statement should always be indented. Now let's look at another example. Here I've created a variable called x and I've assigned a value 5. I'm trying to get a number from the user, and if that number matches this number which is stored in x, I'll display the message correct guess. If not, I'm going to display the message wrong guess. So on line 2, I'm asking an input from the user, and that input I'm passing it inside the int function. Since input always returns a string, using the int function, we can change the string to an integer. That integer is stored in the variable called guess. On line 3, I'm using the if keyword and I'm giving the condition as if the guessed number is equal to the number which is assigned to the variable, that is, if the guess is equal to 5, then I'll print this in the output. And if the guess is not equal to 5, then line 6 of the else block will be executed. Now when I hit run, it'll ask for a guess. Let's say I type 5 and I hit enter. Now it displays correct guess. Now I'll run it again and I'll type 2 and hit enter. Now it's showing wrong guess because 2 is not equal to x, which is 5. So this condition returns a false value, hence else block will be executed. So till now we have seen three types of data. We have integers or ints, floating numbers or floats, strings or strs. Now we are going to see the fourth type of data called Boolean or bool. So Boolean values can either be true or false, and both starting with the capital letter. We have seen from the previous if-else statements that the conditions basically return a Boolean value. That is, the condition can return either a true or it can return false. Now there are certain values that are considered true, and they are as follows. A non-empty number, a non-empty string, a non-empty list. Lists we'll see later in the subsequent lectures. Next, we have values that are considered false. These are 0, an empty string, and none. Let's see this with an example. So here I've created four variables a, b, x, y. In a, I have an empty string, and in b, I have the number 0. In x, I have 5, and in y, I have a string called hello. We know from the previous picture that if there is an empty string or the number 0, this will return a Boolean false. So I'm going to check the condition by making an if-else statement. So in line 8, after the keyword if, I have just entered the variable a. Now when I hit run, you can see the condition is being checked, and since it's an empty string, it will return a Boolean false. So if block will not get executed, instead else block gets executed and printed as the output. Suppose if I give the condition as x. Now when line 8 is interpreted, x, which holds 5, returns a Boolean value true, and hence the if block will get executed when I hit run. Now here is a list of all the comparison operators which can be used to compare two values and return a Boolean value either as true or false. Now we have seen with if statement, we have used a double equal to sign to check if two values are equal. Next we have this operator, which is an exclamation mark followed by an equal to sign, to check if the two values are not equal. Next we have less than symbol, and this is to check if the left hand side value is less than the right hand side value. If we use a less than followed by an equal to, this will check if the left hand side value is less than or if the left hand side value is equal to the right hand side value. Next we have the greater than symbol, which will check if the left hand side value is greater than the right hand side value. Next we have the greater than or equal to sign, which will check whether the left hand side value is greater than or equal to the right hand side value. In this picture to the left, I have made two variables and I have used all the comparison operators inside the print function to print the Boolean value based on the operation. For example, in line 3, I have used the equal to operator. Since 10 is not equal to 25, this will return false, and false will be printed in the output. In line 4, I've used the not equal to operator, and since both are not equal, it will return a true Boolean value which will be printed here. And we know a is greater than 10, So line 7 will be true. Also line 8, which is A, is which compares either A is greater than 10 or A is equal to 10. Any one condition is enough to return a Boolean value true. So it will give an output true. Whereas line 5 and 6 will return the Boolean value false. So if we want to use multiple conditions separately, we can use multiple if statements. So here I've used in line 2, 4 and 6, 3 if statements. In line 2, I have typed the variable a after the if keyword. So when line 2 is executed, a holds the value 10, which returns a Boolean true, and hence this message in line 3 will be printed. When line 4 is executed, we know a is 10, which is greater than 0, hence this line of code will be printed. Similarly, on line 6, a is less than 100, hence line 7 will be printed. So when I hit run, we can see all three messages are printed here. A nested if-else statement is basically an if-else statement inside either an if block or an else block. Here, there is an if-else statement nested inside an if block. It's very important that you indent each line of code correctly so that the code runs smoothly. For example, we have the if statement here which checks the condition for A. A will return true. Now this if statement is true. Now it will execute the entire if block and it will ignore the else block. Now inside the if block, first it will print this message on line 3. Next, when it goes to line 4, now it will again check for the condition whether a is greater than 0, which is true, and now this nested if block of code will be executed and the nested else block will be ignored. Just keep in mind that the else block is optionary, and even if we remove this else block and hit run, still the code will work. We have seen in the previous section, if we want to check multiple conditions separately, we use multiple if statements. But what if we want to check multiple conditions in the same line? Then we can use logical operators. Now there are three logical operators: and, or, not. We'll see each with an example. Here in this example, I have four variables a, b, c, d, which has numbers 25, 10, 4 and 1. I have created an if-else statement to check whether the value stored in A is greater than the other values. To do that, in the if statement, I have added three conditions. The first condition checks whether variable A is greater than variable B. That is, 25 is greater than 10. Now this will return a Boolean value true. The second condition checks whether 25 is greater than 4, which is also true. And the third condition checks whether 25 is greater than 1, which is also true. When we use an AND operator, we get a combined Boolean value as true only if all the conditions return a Boolean value true. Since all three conditions return a Boolean value true, the combined Boolean value is also true. So if statement is true, and hence this statement A is the largest number will be printed in the output. So when I hit run, you can see A is the largest number. Now if I change the value of A, for example, into 7. Now if I hit run, you can see the else statement is executed because in condition 1, it returns a Boolean value as false. But condition 2 and condition 3 returns a Boolean value true. And since we have used the AND operator, the dictum to return a Boolean value of true is that all conditions should return true. Since condition 1 returns false, the combined Boolean value will become false, and hence else block of code will get executed. When we use the OR operator instead of the AND operator, we don't need all the conditions to return a value true for the combined Boolean to be true. For example, if I change on line 5 the AND operator into OR operator, here also I'll change it to OR operator. Now, as we have seen earlier, A is not greater than B. 7 is not greater than 10. So this will return a false Boolean, whereas these two conditions will return a true boolean. Since we have used the OR operator, the condition for OR operator is that any one condition, if it is true, then the combined boolean value will be true. So since we have two conditions to be true, the combined boolean here will be true. Hence, when I hit run, you can see that the if block of code is being executed. So I just wanted to tell you that in line 5, I have written each condition within parenthesis. It is not necessary to include parenthesis. Even if we remove the parenthesis, the code will still work. I've just added these parentheses so that it is more readable. Now let's see this example to explain the last logical operator, not. So here in line 1 and 2, we have two variables. 5 is assigned to A, 10 is assigned to B. And I've made an if-else statement. And in the if statement, the condition is I've kept A greater than B. So if A is greater than B, then if block of code will run. But we know that A is lesser than B, 5, which is lesser than 10. So when I hit run, the else block of code will get executed. What if I want to override this and just add one word so that the if block of code will get executed? Here we can use the logical operator not. So after the if keyword, just leave a space and type not and hit a space. So what the not operator does is that whatever the boolean the condition will return, it will just give the opposite boolean to the if statement. So since the condition A greater than B returns a false boolean, the not operator will convert that false into a true boolean. So if statement now becomes true, and now the if block of code will get executed. So if I hit run, as you can see, the if block of code will get executed. So not operator basically changes the boolean value which it gets. So here, since it is false, it changes to true. In any other condition, if true comes, then it will change into false. So basically it gives the opposite boolean value. So just to recap, if we use the AND operator, it will give a true value only if all the conditions are true. And even if any one condition becomes false, it will return a false value. If we use an OR operator, it will return true even if any one condition returns true, and only returns false if all the conditions returns false. If we use the not operator, it will return true if the condition returns false, and it will return false if the condition returns true. Basically the opposite Boolean value. Now before we see the if-elif-else statements, I just want to give you a short recap of the topics we have studied earlier so that you don't confuse it with this if-elif-else statement. So I have given you a condition in which if the person is above 18 years, you just have to print he is eligible to vote. So in this situation, we can use the if statement. So you have the if followed by the condition, and if this condition is true, then this block of code in red will be executed. If not, nothing happens. So in this situation, we can use an if statement. Now what if to the same condition, if the person is below 18 years, we want to print the statement, he is not eligible to vote. In that situation, we can use a if-else statement. So we'll write the condition in the if statement. If the condition is true, that is if he is above 18 years, we'll print he is eligible to vote. If not, then the else block of code gets executed and it will print he is not eligible to vote. Now let's say we have three conditions and we have to check all the three conditions irrespective of whatever boolean value it returns. In that situation, we can use multiple if statements. So first we'll check condition 1 whether it's true or not. Then we'll check condition 2 whether it's true or not. Then we'll check condition 3 whether it's true or not. If any one of the condition is true, its block of code will get executed. But the main thing to note here is that all three conditions will be checked. Now, what if we want to write a code so that if condition 1 is true, we'll ignore condition 2 and condition 3. Or, for example, if condition 2 is true, we'll ignore condition 1 and condition 3. So in these situations, we can use if-elif-else statement. So here the syntax goes like this. After the if keyword, the condition 1 is written, then on the next line an indentation followed by its block of code. Then we write the keyword elif followed by condition 2, and on the next line the elif block of code. Similarly, on the next line, we write again the keyword elif followed by condition 3. Then on the next line, the code to be executed if condition 3 is true. And in last, we write the else statement followed by its block of code. In contrast to the multiple if statements where each condition is checked and if true, the block of code gets executed, in if-elif-else statement, as soon as one condition returns a Boolean true, then the block of code concerned with the condition is executed and all other conditions are ignored. For example, let's say condition 2 is true. First, PyCharm will interpret the if statement, which is false. Now it comes to elif condition 2 line. Now here we know condition 2 is true. It will execute the block of code associated with this condition. Then the entire program will stop. It won't execute condition 3. This is because we have used the elif keyword before condition 2 and condition 3. Please note that the else statement is optional and can be ignored here. And you can have as many elif associated conditions as you want. Now let's look at this example. In line 1, I have created a variable a which holds the value 5. I've used an if, elif and else statement here. In the if statement, I have given the condition a greater than 0. If a is greater than 0, then I'll print the message a is a positive number. After the keyword, in line 5, I've created an elif statement with the condition if a is less than 0, then I'll print this message a is a negative number. Then on line 7, there is an else followed by a message a is 0. Now when I hit run, we know a is 5 and a is greater than 0. Only this condition will return true and this line of code gets printed. Once this line gets printed, the rest of the code will be ignored. That is, the elif condition will not even be checked. Let's see, if I hit run, you can see only the if block of code gets executed. Now let's say I change the number to -1, for example. Line 3, a greater than 0, which is false. So this whole block gets ignored. Now it goes to line 5. Line 5, it will check for the condition whether a is less than 0, which is true. Now the elif block of code will get executed, and after execution, this block of code will be ignored. That is, else statement will be ignored. When I hit run, you can see only the elif block of code gets executed. Now let's say I change this number into 0. Now, as you can see, a is not greater than 0, a is not less than 0. So both if statement and elif statement, they return false, and hence by default the else block of code gets executed if I hit run. Coming to exercise 10, use the knowledge which you have gained to ask the user for a number and check if it is a positive or a negative number, and print a message. For example, 5 is a positive number. Pause the video and try it for yourself. So this is the solution for exercise 10. So here I've used an input function to ask the user for a number, and I've passed the entire input function into an int function so that string will be converted into an integer, and this value I'm storing it into the variable called number. In line 3, I've used an if keyword and I'm checking whether the number entered is greater than 0. If so, on line 4, I'm going to print a message whatever number entered is the positive number. Here I've used a f string along with the variable inside curly brackets. On line 5, I've used the elif statement followed by a condition to check whether the number is less than 0. And if so, execute the code on line 6 printing the message the concerned number is a negative number. If both the conditions are false, then I've used a else statement stating that the number is 0. So if I hit run, I'll enter, for example, 4. So 4 is a positive number. I'll hit run again. I'll enter -5. So -5 is a negative number. Now I'll hit run again and I'll hit 0. 0 is 0. So coming to exercise 11, I want you to write the code to ask the user to enter two numbers and check which is the smallest number and print it in the output. Here I've written the code for exercise 11. So I've created two variables, number 1 and number 2. And through the input function, I'm asking an input from the user to enter a number. I'm passing the entire input function into an int function so that the string becomes an integer. Once the user enters both the numbers, I've used an if-else statement to check which number is the smallest. In line 4, after the if keyword, I've entered the condition to check if number 1 is less than number 2. If so, I'll print the message number 1 is the smallest number. Next, on line 6, I've entered the else keyword, which will be executed if the condition in line 4 is false. When I hit run, I'll enter number 1, for example, let's say 8. I'll enter the second number, for example, 2. Here, the else block of code gets executed and displays 2 is the smallest number. In exercise 12, I want you to write the code to ask the user to enter the hour in a 24-hour format and print either good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or good night message based on the input he gives. So in line 1, I've asked the user a question, enter current hour in 24-hour format. And whatever answer he gives, I've passed the entire answer inside the int function so that the string becomes an integer. And I've assigned this value to the hour variable. Now once assigned, I have created this if-elif-else statement. In line 2, after the if keyword, I've created two conditions and also have used the AND operator. Now condition 1 states that if hour is more than or equal to 5 and if hour is less than 12, then this whole thing will return Boolean true, printing the if block, good morning. Similarly, in line 4, after the elif keyword, I have created two conditions and used the AND operator. The first condition is hour if it is more than or equal to 12 and if hour is less than 17, that is 12 to 5 p.m. Then we print the message good afternoon. Next, in line 6, I've used the elif keyword. Remember, you can use as many elifs as you want. The two conditions being if hour is more than or equal to 17, that is more than or equal to 5 p.m. and if hour is less than 21, that is 9 p.m. Then we print the message good evening. If all three conditions, that is if line 2 returns false, if line 4 returns false, and if line 6 returns false, then the else statement will get printed, printing good night. So we don't have to use another elif statement since we know for sure that if all these things are coming false, then it should be between 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Then we have to print the message good night. So we'll check the code. I'll hit run. So here it's asking for the hour in 24-hour format. Let's say, for example, I hit 23. So it's saying good night. Now I hit run again. Let's say 13, which is 1 p.m. It's showing good afternoon. So in the next exercise, I want you to build a basic calculator which takes three inputs from the user, two numbers and a symbol, and based on the symbol, it will perform the mathematical operation and display the result as follows. First number, colon, then the first number, second number, colon, the second number, then whatever the operation is, for example, if you're adding it, then you have to display sum of first and second number is this. Pause the video and try it yourself. So here I have the answer for the exercise. So in line 1 and 2, I'm asking the user for the numbers using the input function, and I'm passing the entire input function into an int function so that string becomes a number, and I'm assigning the appropriate number to the variable number 1 and number 2. Next, I'm asking the user to enter the symbol or the operation which needs to be done, and I'm assigning this to a variable called operations. Next, I'm creating an if-elif-else statements. In line 4, we're checking whether the symbol entered by the user matches the plus operator. If it matches, then this block of code gets executed. Basically, we are adding the two numbers, storing it in a variable called yes, then we are printing the message as we want. In line 7, I've used the elif keyword, and here the condition checks whether the input given by the user matches the operator minus. Similarly, we subtract it if the condition returns true, and we print the difference as the output. In line 10, again I've used elif, and the condition here is whether user's input matches the symbol asterisk, which is for multiplication. If so, then it will multiply the two numbers and store it inside a variable p, then it will print the concerned message. Similarly, in line 13, again I've used an elif, and here the condition checks if the input symbol matches the division symbol. If so, it will divide both the numbers and it will print the output. If all these conditions are false, then I've added one more print statement using the else statement, that the user have to enter an appropriate number or symbol. Now when we hit run, let's say I'll enter 4 as the first number and 2 as the second number. I'll choose the operator minus and hit enter. So what is happening here? It's displaying first number 4, second number 2, and difference is 2. So once we hit the minus symbol, it checks these conditions. First, the if statement gets checked and it returns false. Next, it goes to line 7. Line 7, there is a match, that is minus, which is stored in the operations variable, matches this minus. So this block of code gets executed, both numbers are subtracted, and the output is displayed. Once the output is printed, the program ends. That is, none of these codes gets executed. Now, in exercise 14, I want you to create a grade calculator. You will ask the user his name and score, and based on the score, you will assign a grade according to this chart and print a message. For example, John got 64 marks out of 100, securing a grade D. Pause the video and try it yourself. Now let's look at the answer for exercise 14. Here in line 1, I'm going to print a message called Welcome to Grade Calculator. In line 2, I'm going to ask from the user the name of the student using the input function, and I've also passed the string method title so that the first letter of the name becomes capitalized. That string, I'm going to store it in a variable called name. Next, I'm going to ask the user to enter the score out of 100 using the input function. And you can see inside the input function, I've used an F string and I've passed this name inside the curly brackets here. If the user enters the name as John, here it will ask the question as enter John's score out of 100. Now, once the user enters the score, that whole score gets passed inside the int function, changing it into an integer, and it will be assigned to the variable called score. Next, from line 4 to line 13, I've used the if-elif-else statements. In line 4, I'm checking whether the score entered by the candidate is greater than or equal to 90. If so, I'll print a message stating that he has got a grade A. In this print function, you can see I've used a F string and I've passed the appropriate variables. And at last, you can see I've also used the escape character so that the grade A is enclosed within double quotations. Now in line 6, 8 and 10, I've used the elif keywords. And I'm checking conditions whether score is greater than or equal to 80, whether score is greater than or equal to 70 and whether score is greater than or equal to 60. If so, the appropriate block of code will get executed. Now, if none of these conditions return true, then the else block get executed, giving a grade of F. Now let's check the code by hitting run. Now I'll enter the student's name, for example, John. As you can see in line 3, I've passed the variable name inside the question itself using the F string. So it displays here, as soon as I enter John, it displays enter John's score out of 100. Now let's say I enter 33. So it's giving me the else block of code gets executed now, and it gives John got 33 marks out of 100, securing a grade F. Now if I hit run again, let's say John again, let's say 76, it's saying he has got a grade C. So in the previous code, I've kept the conditions from 90. So the if block had, if it is more than 90, it will print, then 80 came, then 70, 60, like that. Here in this code, I have basically rearranged that order so that the first condition in the if statement is if the score is less than 60. Then comes if it is more than or equal to 60, then 70, 80, and if none of this is true, then else block gets executed assuming the score is more than 90. Now there is a problem with this kind of assigning the conditions. If I hit play here and let's say I enter John as the name and I'll enter a score of 75. Now it is giving me a grade D for the score 75. Now let's check if this is correct or not. The if statement checks whether the score is less than 60. We have entered 75, which is more than 60, so this will return a Boolean false. Now the line 6 gets executed and checks whether the score is greater than or equal to 60. This statement will return a true Boolean value, and this block of code gets executed. That is, it gives a grade D, and the program stops with it. That is, the entire block after that won't get executed. But we know that if the score is greater than 75, a grade C should be given. This is why the order of assigning the conditions in the if-elif-else block is very, very important. Here we have given a false grade of D when actually the grade is C. In exercise 15, we are going to ask the user to enter any year and print whether it is a leap year or not. Before you start, just take a look at this picture. This is the rule to say if it is a leap year or not. If the year is divisible by 4 and if it is not divisible by 100, then it is a leap year. If the year is divisible by 4, 100 and 400, then also it is a leap year. If it is only divisible by 4, it is not a leap year. If it is divisible by 4 and 100 but not by 400, it is not a leap year. With these conditions, write the code for the following exercise. So here I've written the code for the exercise. So in line 1, I've asked the user to enter the year which he wants to check using the input function. And I've passed it inside the int function to change it into an integer. This I've assigned it to the variable year. Here in line 2, after the if keyword, I'm checking only the condition which will result in a leap year. So as we have seen in the slide, we know if the year is divided by 4 and if it is not divided by 100, then it is a leap year, or if it is divided by 400 and 100 and 400, then it is also a leap year. So that is a condition represented here. I've enclosed it within parentheses. And between the two conditions, I've kept a OR operator. So either this condition returns true or this condition returns true. The combined Boolean will be true and the if block of code will get executed. Now inside the condition, we know that when we use modulus, it basically returns the remainder. For example, when we use 400 as the year, if divided by 4, the modulus, that is the remainder, is 0. So if we enter 400, we get 0 here, and 0 is equal to 0, then this entire thing Boolean will be true. Similarly here I've also added the modulus sign, and here I've written the operator not, represented by an exclamation mark and an equal to sign. So this piece of code tells that when you divide the year by 100, If the remainder is not equal to 0, then this statement will return true. And between these two conditions, I've used the AND operator. So this condition and this condition should be true to get the combined Boolean as true. Similarly, inside this condition, I've said if it is divisible by 4 and if it is equal to 0, this will return true. And if it is divisible by 100 and the remainder is equal to 0, this entire thing will return true. And the year, if it is divisible by 400 and if the remainder is 0, then all three things are true and the entire condition returns a true Boolean. So we need either this to be true or this to be true so that if block of code gets executed. Now let's check by hitting run. I'll enter a year, for example, 2024. So 2024 is a leap year. Let's hit run again. I'll enter 2023 and hit enter. So 2023 is not a leap year. In exercise 16, I want you to write a code to convert Celsius into Fahrenheit and Fahrenheit to Celsius. So you'll be asking the user to enter the temperature and the unit and convert that into the opposite unit. Here's a solution for exercise 16. On line 1, I've written a print function, and inside the print function, I'm going to display to the user Celsius to Fahrenheit or Fahrenheit to Celsius converter. In line 2, using the input function, I'm asking the user to enter either C to convert to Celsius or F to convert to Fahrenheit. And I've also used a string method called upper so that even if the user enters a small letter, it will be converted into uppercase. And I'm assigning that into a variable called unit. In line 3, I'm asking the user using input function to enter the value which needs to be converted. And this value, I'm passing it inside an int function to convert it into an integer, and I'm assigning it to a variable value. Next, we have the if-else block of code. After the if keyword, I'm giving the condition if the unit entered by the user is equal to the string C, then this piece of code will be executed, or else this piece of code gets executed. Inside the if block of code, we have the formula to convert the value given in Fahrenheit into Celsius, and that value I'm storing it inside the variable called Celsius. Similarly, in the else block, we have the formula to convert the value given in Celsius to convert into Fahrenheit, and I am storing it into a variable called Fahrenheit. After that, in line 6 and in line 9, I'm using the print function along with fstring to print the converted value along with its unit. Now, one difference you could note is that after Celsius or Fahrenheit, that is, after the value is converted and stored under Celsius or Fahrenheit, I've used a piece of code called :2f. Now, what does this piece of code do to this number which is stored under Celsius or Fahrenheit? Let's see this with an example. So here I have created a variable called a, and inside the variable there is a floating number 1.23456. So we have 5 numbers following the decimal point. In line 2, I've used the print function along with the f string, and inside the curly braces, first I've added the variable followed by that same piece of code, that is :2f. So what does this piece of code do? Let's see when I hit run. As you can see here, this whole floating point with 5 numbers after the decimal point is converted into 2 numbers after the decimal point. This piece of code converts this floating number into a number with just 2 numbers after the decimal point. So this 2 here specifies there should be 2 numbers after the decimal point. If I hit, for example, 3 here and I hit run, there will be 3 numbers after the decimal point. So this piece of code, :dot, then the number followed by a f, converts a floating point according to the desired length of numbers we need after the decimal point. In exercise 17, I want you to write a piece of code to convert the value given in kg into pound or to convert value given in pound to kg. So here we have the answer for exercise 17. So in line 1, we are going to print a message called convert kg to pound or pound to kg using the print function. In line 2, I'm asking the user to enter either the letter K to convert to kg or L to convert to pound using the input function. Note, I've used the escape characters so that K and L are inside quotations. And also I've used a string method called title so that K and L will be in capital letter if it is entered in small letters. I'm assigning that to a variable called unit. In line 3, I'm asking the user to enter the weight using the input function and passing it inside the int function to convert it into an integer, and I am assigning to the variable value. Next, we have the if-else statement. After the if keyword, I'm giving the condition if the unit is equal to the string k, then we execute this if block of code, or else we are going to execute the else block of code. So if it is k, we want to convert it into kg. So next, inside the if block of code, I am writing the formula to convert the value into kg, that is value divided by 2.20462, and assigning that value into a variable called kg. Next line, I'm going to print the value, and I've also used that same piece of code discussed earlier to convert it into a number which has two numbers after the decimal point. If the user types L has the unit, then if block of code won't get executed and else block of code will get executed. And we have the formula to convert kg into pound, which is value into 2.20462. We are storing that value inside a variable called pound. Next, on the last line, we are going to print that value to the user. So in exercise 18, I want you to write a piece of code to ask the user a number and print the message stating whether the number is odd or even. Now here we have the answer for exercise 18. So on line 1, we are going to ask the user to enter the number using the input function, and I've passed that inside the int function to convert it into an integer, and I'm storing that value inside a variable called no or number. Next, we have the if-else block of code. After the if keyword, I'm giving the condition if the number modulus 2, that is when we divide the number, and if that value is equal to 0, then we execute the if block of code, which is we are going to print that the number is an even number. Now if not, then we'll print the message the number is an odd number. For example, if the number entered is 4, two 2's are 4, and the remainder will be 0 in that case, which is equal to the condition in the if statement. Hence, the if block of code, which is the number is an even number, will be displayed. So in this example, I'm trying to explain the in keyword. So here in line 1, I've created a variable called name. And inside name, I'm assigning a string called John. Similarly, in line 2, I have created a variable called letter and assigned a string called J. Now we are going to check whether the value stored in letter is present inside the variable called name. That is, whether J is present in John. This is the condition we are going to check. To that, in line 3, I've created an if statement followed by the condition. First, I have written letter, then followed by a space, then the in keyword, followed by a space, and the variable in which I want to check whether letter is there or not. So to understand this condition, letter in name checks whether the letter, that is J, is inside the variable name, which is John. So if letter is in name, that is J in John, if it is true, then it will return a Boolean true. Now since if statement is true now, it will print the if block of code. So when I hit run here, we can see J is in John is displayed here. So this is how we can use the in keyword along with the if statement. In exercise 19, you're going to write a code which asks the user his name and checks whether the vowels A, E, I, O, U are present or not. Now, if the name has the particular vowel, we'll print a message in this format. For example, if the user entered John Carter, we'll print as John Carter has the vowel O, and on the next line, John Carter has the vowel A. On the next line, it has the vowel E. Pause the video and try it yourself. Now let's see the answer for this exercise. On line 1, I have asked the user to enter the name. And I've also used a string method called lower to convert all the characters into lowercase. And I have assigned that value to the variable called name. Next, I have used 5 if statements to check whether the vowels A, E, I, O, U are present in the concerned name which has been entered by the user. And this I'm checking with the use of the in keyword. So for example, in line 2, after the if keyword, we have the condition here. So this will check whether the string A is present inside the name which has been entered by the user. And if so, it will print this message stating that the name has the vowel A. Similarly, line 4, 6, 8 and 10 will check whether the other vowels are present in the name or not. If so, it will execute the block of code associated with it. Now let's hit run and enter a name. I've entered John Carter. As we can see, since we have used multiple if statements, each condition is being checked, and if it is true, its block of code gets executed. Now in exercise 20, I want you to create two variables. One variable called sentence, you will assign a string called hello world, and the other variable you'll name it as word and assign the string hello to it. We need to check whether hello is present inside the string hello world. Note that this word hello has a capital H in it. Use the knowledge you have gained to write the code for this exercise. Let's see the solution for this exercise. So in line 1, I've created a variable called sentence and assigned a string called hello world. In line 2, I've created a variable called word and assigned a variable called hello. Note that this string starts with a capital H. If I were to check whether this string is present in this string, then it will return a Boolean value false because the H here is in uppercase and here it is in lowercase. So to overcome this, I'm going to use the lower string method along with the variable name word. So here after the if keyword, I have written word.lower, which will take this hello string, convert all the characters into lowercase, and now it will check whether this is inside the string called hello world. Now this will return a true boolean. So the condition for if statement now becomes true, and hence it will execute the if block of code here. So when I hit run, you can see the if block of code gets executed here. Take a look at this picture to understand the while loop. On the left hand side, we have a switch which is in red color, and on the right hand side, we have a bulb. Here, the switch is off, hence there is no light emission from the bulb. But if I turn on the switch, then the bulb is emitting light continuously. We can apply the same concept to understand while loop. Now, in while loop, the condition we can compare it to the switch. As long as the condition is true, then the block of code associated with the while loop gets executed continuously until the condition becomes false. Here we have the syntax for the while loop. We can write a while loop by first typing the keyword while followed by a space, then the condition which we want to check followed by a colon. On the next line, we make an indentation followed by the block of code which we want to execute if the condition will return true. For example, let's say we will print yes when the condition is true. But since we have used a while loop, as long as the condition is true, it will keep on printing yes, 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 yes until the condition becomes false. So while loops are used in situations where we want to perform an action continuously until the condition returns false. Now let's see how the while loop can be used with this example. So here in line 1, we have a variable called number, and that number we have a value 4 assigned to it. On line 2, I've entered the keyword while followed by a Boolean called true. Now we have seen earlier that we can use a condition here, but here I have directly used the Boolean value true, then followed by a colon, then the block of code. This block is called the while block of code. That is, if the condition here is true, then this block of code gets executed again and again and again. Now inside this block of code, on line 3, I'm asking the user to guess a number between 0 and 10. And I'm passing this inside the int function to convert it into an integer and storing it into a variable called user guess. Next, I've created an if-else block. If the user guess is equal to the number which we have stored here, if this condition returns true, then we would print a statement called right guess. If not, we'll print something called wrong guess. Now let's hit run and check this piece of code. Now it's asking the user to enter a digit between 0 and 10. Let's say we enter 2 and I hit enter. So what is happening here? 2 is not equal to 4. So this condition will return a false Boolean value. And if block won't get executed, now else block gets executed, which is wrong guess. Now once this piece of code is executed, since this entire block is inside the while loop and the condition remains true, it again will execute the block of code from line 3. So it is asking the same question again to guess a number between 0 and 10. Now if I enter 4 and hit enter, 4 will be equal to the number which we have stored, that is 4. So if block will return true and it will execute this piece of code, that is right guess. So if I hit enter, you can see here there is a message called right guess. Now the problem is, since the condition is true, it is executing the code from line 3. Now how can we break this loop? We can use something called a break statement once our desired piece of code gets executed. For example, we want the user to guess a number, and only when he guesses right, then alone we want to break out of this whole loop. So we can add the break statement after line 5 inside the if block of code. It is very simple. You just enter the word break. So now when we run again and enter 4 and hit enter, it will print right guess. Then when it comes to line 6, we have a statement called break. And this break will break this loop and end the program. Let's say instead of using the Boolean value true here, what if we assign it to a variable called condition and use that variable name after the while statement? So here on line after line 1, I'm creating a variable called condition and I'm assigning a Boolean value true to it. On line 3 after the while keyword, I'll pass the variable called condition. Now when line 3 gets executed, it will check for this condition, whether it is true or false. Since we have assigned a value called true, this will return true and the while loop will be executed continuously. In line 7, instead of using the break, we can also reassign the value stored in condition. For example, I'll write condition here equal to false. Now if the user guesses 4, which will be equal to the number stored, this will return true. The if block gets executed. After it prints the word right guess, when it comes to line 7, now condition has been reassigned with the value false. When the loop continues from line 3, first while loop will check the condition. Now it is false and hence the loop will break. So we can either use the break statement or we can use something like this. When I hit run and let's say I enter 4 and hit enter, it prints right guess and the loop ends. Here I'm going to add one more line in line 10. I'm just going to add a print function inside which I'll say thank you for playing. Now when I hit run, for example, I enter 2 here, hit enter. It says wrong guess. Now I enter 4 here. Now when I hit enter, Now it says right guess, then alone it prints the message which I have added in line 10. Now why is this? This is because Python executes the code line by line. So first line 1 gets executed, it assigns 4 to number, line 2 gets executed assigning true to condition. When it comes to line 3, it checks the condition and it will continuously execute this block of code until the condition becomes false. Only when the condition becomes false, then it will go to line 10 and it will print this message. So I want you to understand the importance of indentation here. If I were to indent this line and hit run, now every time I make a wrong guess, this piece of code will get executed. Let's say I entered 3. You see wrong guess, thank you for playing. Enter 2, wrong guess, thank you for playing. So just keep in mind these indentations are very, very important, and even when you miss one indentation, it will lead to a wrong interpretation of your code. Now let's say we want to print this string hello 5 times. I have written a piece of code here which on execution will result in an error. Whenever we use while loop, we have to make sure this error does not happen. So what is this error? When I hit run here, you can see hello gets printed again and again and again and again and again infinitely. I'll stop this here for now. This is called as an infinite loop, and this will occur if we don't break out of the while loop. So here in line 1, I've assigned a value 5 to the variable a. And on line 2, I've used the while loop and set the condition if a is greater than 0, then I'm going to print this block of code which is hello. The problem is a will always be greater than 0 here. This will result in an infinite loop. That is, this piece of code gets executed infinitely until the program will crash. So it is very important to note that whenever we use a while loop, we should make sure inside the block of code we use a break statement, or we change somehow this condition to return a false boolean value so that while loop will end. So to break out of this loop, I'm going to just add one more line after the print statement. A equal to A minus 1. So what does this line do? Now every time the while loop runs, and when it comes to line 4, the initial value of A, which is 5, is reduced by a value of 1, and the new value is reassigned to the variable A. So when I hit run here, you can see hello is printed 5 times. This is because initially the value of A is 5. 5 greater than 0, line 3 gets printed. Now 1 is being subtracted from 5, which is 4, and this 4 is reassigned back to A. Now again when the while loop runs, 4 greater than 0 prints hello. Now A becomes 3. 3 greater than 0 prints hello. Now it becomes 2. 2 greater than 0 prints hello. Now it becomes 1. Now this will continue until this condition becomes false. That is, when A has a value 0, 0 is greater than 0 is false, and the loop ends here. Now line 4 can be rewritten in a shorter form. A minus equal to 1. So whenever we use something like this, that is A minus equal to 1, this minus equal to states that we are going to subtract a value, here in this case 1, from the value stored in A and reassigning it into the same variable A. If I were to cut and paste line 1 inside the while loop, and when I hit run now, this will result in an error called name error. It states that name A is not defined. This is because we have to always define the variable before we are going to use it. Since we are using it in line 2 and we have defined in line 3, we get an error called name error. If I were to reverse this entire thing and define it before we use it in line 2, this piece of code will run properly. Exercise 21, I want you to use while loop to print numbers 4 to 12, one line after the other. Here we have the solution for the exercise. So on line 1, I have created a variable called a and assigned a value 4 to it. On line 2, I've used the while keyword, and the condition I've kept is that a less than or equal to 12 followed by a colon. Inside the while loop, on line 3, I'm going to print a, and on line 4, I'm going to add 1 to the initial value of a and assign that new value to that same variable a. So when I hit run here, you can see we have values 4 to 12 printed, and then the loop ends. So this same line of code, that is a equal to a plus 1, as we have seen earlier, we can rewrite this as a plus equal to 1. So this states that we are adding a value of 1 to a and reassigning that new value to a. So for example, when a takes the value 4, 4 less than or it is less than or equal to 12 is true, prints the value 4, then when it comes to line 4, it will add 1 to 4, and now 5 gets assigned to a. So when I hit run, it gives the same output. Exercise 22, I want you to write a code so that the user can enter any amount of number, and each time he enters a number, it will be added to the previous number. And when he hits 0, it should display the sum of all numbers he had entered. So here we can see the solution for the exercise. Now I've created a while loop on line 2 using the while keyword, and I've directly entered the Boolean value true. Inside the while loop on line 3, using the input function, I'm asking this question, that is, enter a number or press 0 to end. Whatever number the user enters, that will be converted to an integer by the int function, and it will be assigned to a variable called user number. On line 4, I am going to add this user number to a variable which I have created in line 1 and given a default value 0. So I'm going to add whatever user enters to this 0 value, and I'm assigning the new value to the same variable sum. So suppose the user enters 4, 4 will be added to 0, and it will be reassigned to the variable sum. Now when the program comes to line 5, I've created an if statement and a condition. If the user number is equal to 0, then this block of code will get executed. I've kept this condition because in this question which is asked to the user, he can either enter the number or press 0 to end. So if the user presses 0, this block of code will be executed, and inside this I have created a print statement on line 6 which will display the sum, after which the while loop will break. Let's hit run and test this code. So I'll enter 2, hit enter. Now I'll type 4, hit enter, 6, hit enter. Here I'll press 0. Now when I press 0, the condition in line 5 will be true, and this block of code will get executed, that is sum, which is 12, will be displayed, and the loop will break. So when I hit enter now, as you can see, sum 12 is displayed and the loop ends. So you can see I've created this sum and given a default value 0 outside the while loop in line 1. This is because if I have entered it inside the while loop, for example, I'll cut it and paste it after line 3. So here if I hit run and enter 2, 2, now enter 0 and hit enter, you can see sum is 0, but sum actually is 4. This is because every time the while loop runs, it takes by default sum is 0. So this is why it is very important to assign the variable outside the while loops, so that whatever number we add in line 4 will be cumulatively added and stored in this variable called sum. So till now we have seen we can store different data type into variables. Here I have created 4 variables and I have stored different data types, that is a string here, an integer here, a float here, and a boolean here. But what if we want to store more than one data inside a variable? For example, let's say we want to store the string apple, then another string called banana, and so on. Or what if we want to store different types of data into the same variable? In these cases, we can use something called lists, and the syntax goes as follows. First, we write the list name. This is similar to the variable name. Then we put the equal to sign, which is followed by an open square bracket and close square bracket. And inside these square brackets, we are going to enter the elements or the data we want to store. So here there are three elements which is separated by a comma. We can have as many elements as we want inside lists, and each element can be any data type. That is, element 1 can be a string, element 2 can be an integer, element 3 can be a boolean. So a list can have any number of data, that is any number of elements, and each element can be of any data type. So here I've created a list, and the name of the list is called list of items. Note that the rules for naming follows that of a variable. So after I have given the list name, then I have entered a equal to sign, and after the equal to sign I've typed an open and a closed square bracket, and inside these square brackets I've entered four elements, each element separated by a comma. Note that the data type of each element is different. That is, we have an integer here, we have a string here, we have a boolean here, and we have a floating point here. How can we access each element from a list? As we have seen with strings, each character has been designated an index number, and that index starts with 0. The same rules apply for lists. That is, element 1 will be assigned an index 0, element 2 will be 1, 3 will be 2, 4 will be 3. Here again, you can see in this picture the appropriate index for each item in the list specified earlier. That is, 10 is 0, the pen is 1, true is 2, 11.1 is 3. Index always starts with 0. And the negative index also applies here. That is, the last element will be -1, then -2 will be true, -3 will be the string pen, -4 will be the integer 10. To access an element from a list, the rules are similar to that of a string. That is, first we write the list name, that is list of items, followed by an open and closed square bracket. And inside the square bracket, we are going to enter the index of the element which we want to access. Let's say we want to print the element pen from this list. So the index of pen is 1. 10 will be 0 and this will be 1. So and I enter 1 inside the square brackets and I pass this entire thing inside the print function. Now when I hit run, in the output you can see pen has been printed. So we can use slicing to cut a piece of a list and create a new list, and the syntax is as follows. First we write the original list's name followed by a open and closed square brackets, and inside this we'll be stating the starting index colon then the stop index, and this entire thing will be assigned to the new list name. In this example, I have created a list called original fruit list. Inside the list I have 5 elements and all those elements are strings. Now I am going to cut these two elements, that is mango and banana, from this original list and store it into a new list called new fruit list. So to do that, first I'll write the name of the list which I'm going to take those elements from, that is original fruit list, followed by an open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, I've entered the starting and ending index separated by a colon. So the starting index, that is mango, is 1, and the ending index should always be an index higher than the element which we need. So we need mango and banana. Banana's index is 2, hence and include one index higher than the index of the element which I need. So I'll enter 3 here. Now this slice list, I'm going to assign it to the new list called new fruit list. And on line 3, I'm going to print first the original list. Then on the next line, I'm going to print the new list. When I hit run, you can see the original list which is printed. Then I have printed the new list which I have got from slicing the elements from the original list. So list methods are inbuilt functions which can be used with lists so that we can manipulate the elements inside the list. So here we'll discuss some of the commonly used list methods. Append function is used to add a single element to the end of a list. Its syntax is as follows. First, we write the list name followed by a dot, then the word append, and after it we enter an open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, we'll be typing the element which we want to add to the end of the list. And this element can be any data type. It can be a string, integer, float, or a boolean. So here in line 1, we have a list called list of items, and in it we have 4 elements. We are going to add the element called box, which is a string, to the end of this list using the append function. So on line 2, first I've written the name of the list followed by a dot, then the word append followed by an open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, I've added the string which I want to add to the end of the list. Next, on line 3, I'm going to print the list using the print function. When I hit run, you can see that the element box is added at the last of the string. What if we want to add an element at a specific location in the list? Then we can use the insert function. And the syntax is as follows. First, we write the list name followed by a dot, then the word insert followed by an open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, we'll first write the index at which the element has to be added, followed by a comma, then the element which we want to add. So let's say here we want to add the element box at the index position 1. So to do that in line 2, first I've written the name of the list followed by a dot, then the word insert followed by an open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, first I have mentioned the index at which the element has to be added, followed by a comma, then the element itself which we want to add. So here when I hit run, we can see the element box has been added to the index position 1 of the list called list of items. And note, after adding it to the index position 1, the rest of the elements, that is pen, true, and 11.1, has been shifted to the right. So whenever we use the insert function, note that after adding the element to the desired index, whatever elements is to the right of the newly inserted element will have its index changed. That is, now pen will have an index 2, true will have an index 3, and 11.1 will have an index 4. If we want to remove an element from the list, we can use the remove method. This is the syntax for the remove method. First we write the list name, dot, then the word remove followed by open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, you'll write the name of the element which you want to remove. Now here I am going to remove the element 11.1. To do that, in line 2, I've used the remove function, and inside the parenthesis, I've written the element which I want to remove. When I hit run, as you can see, only the first 3 elements are printed and the element 11.1 is removed. You can also remove an element from the list by using the pop function. Now let's say I want to remove the string pen from the list. We know the index of pen is 1. So to remove that using pop function, first we write the list name followed by a dot, then we enter the function name pop, and inside the parenthesis we enter the index of pen, which is 1. When I hit run, now on line 2 we have used the remove function and entered the name of the element we want to remove, and on line 3 I've used the pop function and entered the index of the element which I want to remove. So hence pen is also removed and the element 11.1 is also removed, giving an output with only 2 elements. Now I'll remove line 2, and also I've removed the index inside the pop function. If we use a pop function and if we don't specify any index inside it, then by default it will take the index of the last element, that is 11.1 will be removed. Now when I hit run, as you can see, 11.1 is removed and the rest of the elements are printed. So we can remove an element from the list using the remove function or the pop function. In remove function, we insert the name of the element we want to remove. In pop function, we insert the index of the element we want to remove. And if we don't specify any index, by default, it will take the last element of the list. Now here I've created two lists, list 1 and list 2. Inside list 1 I have three elements 1, 2 and 3. And inside the second list I have two elements 4 and 5. What if I want to add the elements of the second list inside the first list? In that situation we can use something called the extend function. So in order to do that, first we type the name of the list where we are going to add. So it will be list 1, then followed by a dot, then we write the word extend. And inside the parenthesis, we are going to pass the list 2. So I'll type list 2 here. Then on the next line, I'm going to print list 1. So on line 3, in list 1, I'm using the extend function and passing list 2. So list 2 will be added with the list 1. So when I hit run here and when we print list, you'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these two elements have been added after 3 in list 1. So here we have passed the list 2 inside the extend function. What if we want to pass elements inside the extend function? For example, let's say I want to add 10 and 12 to list 1. To do that, we can directly pass those elements using square brackets. So I'll type a square bracket and inside it I'll type 11, 12. So here we are passing a list which contains two elements 11 and 12, and we are using the extend function to add it to list 1. So when I hit run here, you can see these are the elements, the previous elements of list 1, and these two are the elements which we have added using the extend function. So using the extend function, we can add a list by passing the list name inside the parenthesis, or we can directly enter the list with the value using square brackets inside the parenthesis and add it to a previous list. Remember, when we add anything using the extend function, it will always be added at the last of the original list, that is list 1. That is, here we are adding elements to list 1. So at the end of the list 1, list 2 will be added, and at the end of list 1, these two elements, element 1 and element 2, will be added. Here I have created two lists, list 1 and list 2. Inside list 1, there is a list of strings, and inside list 2, there is a sequence of numbers. Now on line 3 and 4, inside the print function, I've added the name of the list dot, then I've used something called as the count function. Whenever we use a count function and pass anything inside the count function, that element which we have passed inside will be checked in the concerned list and it will print the frequency of occurrence of that element. For example, in line 3, I'm seeing how many times the string John is present in list 1 using the count function. In line 4, I'm seeing how many times the number 4 is present in list 2 using the count function. So when I hit run, you can see John is present only once, whereas the number 4 is present twice, here and here. So using the count function, we can figure out how many times an element occurs in a list. Now here we have the same two lists, but in line 3 and 4, I've used a list function called sort along with these two lists. So I've entered the list name dot and the sort function. When I print both the lists using the print function on line 5 and 6, you can see what this sort function will do. So if the list contains strings, all those elements will be arranged in alphabetical order. And if the list contains numerical values, all those numerical values will be arranged in ascending order. So sort function either converts the elements of the list according to alphabetical order or in ascending order. Here I've created a list called list 1, and in it we have 5 elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On line 2, I've used the reverse function along with list 1. And I'm going to print the list using the print function. When I hit run, you can see this reverse function prints the entire list in the reverse order. Look at this list. This list has 5 elements to it. Let's say I want to print the element 5 from this list. I use the print function. I type the list name followed by the square brackets, and inside the square brackets I'm going to enter the index of 5. We know the index of 5 is 4 because index always starts with 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So index of 5 is 4. So I have to enter here 4. But what if by mistake I enter 5 and hit run? Now this will result in an error called index error, because at index 5 there is no element in the list. The last element, which is 5, has an index 4. So to know the index of a particular element we want to print, we can use something called as the index function. To do that, after we type the list name, it is followed by a dot. Then we write the word index and open and closed parenthesis. And inside the parenthesis, we enter the element whose index we want to check. So I'll enter 5 because this is the element whose index we want to know. Now when I hit run, it will say the index of 5 is 4. A nested list is a list whose elements are itself a list. So here I have 3 lists, list 1, list 2, list 3. List 1 has 3 elements 1, 2, 3, and list 2 has 3 elements A, B, C. But see, list 3 has list 1 as its first element, comma, then list 2 as its second element. So list 3 is a nested list, meaning the elements of the list itself is a list. Now let's see how to access elements from a nested list. So here I have created 3 lists. On line 1 there is a list called car which has 3 elements. On line 2 there is a list called bikes which has 3 elements. Then on line 3 we have a list called cars and bikes, and it has only 2 elements, and those 2 elements are by itself a list. That is, the first element cars is the list which is on line 1, and the second element bikes is the list which is on line 2. So in order to access elements from a nested list, for example, let's say we want to print Tesla, but we'll be accessing from the nested list cars and bikes. So how can we do that? So to do that, first we write the name of the nested list, that is cars and bikes, followed by square brackets. Then we have to type the index of the list which we want to access. That is, we are going to access the list called cars. The index is 0. Remember, lists always starts with an index 0. So first we enter 0 as the index. Then again I type open and closed square brackets. Now this piece of code tells that in the nested list, we are going inside car. After going inside the car, we are going to access Tesla, right? So Tesla's index is 1. So when we put this entire statement inside a print function and hit run, we can see Tesla being printed. So from the nested list cars and bikes, I'm accessing the first list, and in that first list, I'm accessing the first element. Now let's say we want to print Honda from the list called bikes by accessing it through the nested list. So to do that, on line 5, I'm going to type the print function, and inside the print function, first I'll type the nested list's name. Now after that, I'll type an open and closed square brackets, and inside that, first I'll pass the index of the list which I want to access, which is bikes. So the index of bikes in the nested list is 1. Cars is 0, bikes is 1. So I'll type 1 here. Then again I'll type an open and square brackets. Then once we are inside the bikes list, that is, we are now inside this list, we want to access Honda. So to do that, we'll enter the index of Honda, which is 0, 1, 2. So I'll enter 2 here. Now when I hit run, you can see Honda is being printed. We shall discuss the split function with this example. So here in line 1 and 2, I have made two variables A and B. Both these variables has been assigned a string. Hello John, how are you? But the only difference is that in variable A, inside the string, that is the words inside the string are separated by a white space. Whereas in variable B, inside the string, the words are separated by a comma. This is the only difference. Then on line 3, I have created a variable name called AList and assigned this to it. That is, I've taken the string in variable A and used the split function to it. Similarly, I've created a variable called blist on line 4 and I've applied the split function to the variable B, but inside the split function I've specified something. Within quotations there is a comma. Then on line 5 and line 6 I'm going to print the A list and the B list variable. When I hit run, we'll see what the split function does. Here you can see when the split function was applied to A, it has split the entire string into substrings and stored it as elements in a list. That is, hello is an element, John is an element, how is an element, R is an element, U is an element, and all these elements are stored inside a list called A list. But when I used a specific character inside the split function, that is a comma within quotations, that also gives me the same output. Why is that? This is because when we use a split function and when we don't define anything within the parenthesis, it will split the string based on the white spaces. That is, wherever a white space is there, it will split the string there, and whatever substring you get out of it, that will be taken as an element and stored inside a list. But if we specify something within quotations, here I have specified a comma. It will split the string based on that character which we have specified. So wherever comma comes, it will split the string into substrings and that will be stored as elements inside the list. So we can use split function to split a string into substrings and create a list out of it. So here in line 1, along with the input function, I've used the split function since we know that input always returns a string. So I'm going to ask the user to enter a few names separated by spaces. And we are going to store it inside a variable called name. And we are going to print whatever the contents inside name. Let's hit run and enter a few names. Let's say John, then Max, then Tesla, then hit enter. So this is the string which we have entered using the input function. Since we have used a split function here and we haven't defined anything inside the parenthesis, by default it will split this string based on white spaces. So wherever white spaces are there, it will split. So this entire string is split into three substrings, that is John, Max and Tesla. And those substrings are stored as elements inside the list, and this list is assigned to the variable called names. We can change this code by asking the user to enter a few names separated by a comma. And here we can specify that within quotations. And when I hit run, I'll enter the same thing, John, comma, Max, comma, Tesla. When I hit run, so it is creating a list by separating this string based on the character which I have specified, which is comma. So here I have a list of items in line 1 and I'm going to use the for loop to loop over each element of the list. So to create a for loop, first we type the for keyword followed by a variable name. So here I've given the variable name as name itself, since we are dealing with names, John, Sam and Max. Then that is followed by the in keyword, and at last we type the name of the list which we are going to work with, followed by a colon. And on the next line, there is an indentation followed by the print statement and inside the print statement, I've entered this variable name. Now line 3, when it gets executed, since we have used a for loop, it will take each element from the list one at a time. That is, first it will take John, then it will assign that John to the variable called name. After that, it will go to line 4 and execute this block of code. That is, it will print the name, which is John. After that, it will take the next element from the list, that is Sam, assign it to the variable name, then it will print Sam. Then it will take the next element from the list, which is Max, assign it to the variable name, then print that name Max. So when I hit run, you can see John, Sam, and Max are being printed one line after the other. So this is how we can use for loops to iterate over a list, meaning to repeatedly execute a set of actions for each item in a list. We can also iterate over a string. For example, let's create a variable called a and enter a string called hello. So we'll use now a for loop to iterate over each character of this string. That is, we are going to print each character of the string. To do that, first we write the for loop followed by a variable name. Since we are going to print the character or letter, I'll give an appropriate variable name as letter, then followed by the in keyword, then the sequence with which we are going to iterate. Examples of sequences are lists, variables. So here we are going to use this variable name a. Now on line 4, we'll type the variable name letter here inside the print function. So this piece of code on line 3 will take each character of the string hello and assign it to the variable letter, and it will print that variable one line at a time. So when I hit run, you can see HELLO, that is, each character of the string is taken one at a time, assigned to this variable called letter, and gets printed. In exercise 23, you are given this list which contains 4 elements: Sam, Max, John, and Ronaldo. Now using for loops and if statement, write the code to check if John is present in the list, and if so, print a greeting message, hello John. So this is the list which is given to us. So now I'll use a for loop to iterate over the elements in this list. So for, I'll give a variable name called name in followed by the list name, that is name list, and colon. And inside this block of code, I'll create an if statement. If name is equal to John, then I'm going to print the message hello John. When I hit run, we can see the message hello John. So we'll see how this block of code gets executed. On line 2, we have used the for loop and we are taking each element from this list. So first Sam gets taken, assigned to the variable called name. Then inside this block of code, we have a if statement. Name, which is Sam, which is not equal to John. So this statement returns false. And now again for loop starts, takes Max now, assigns it to name. Now Max is not equal to John, returns false. Now it takes the next element of the list, which is John, and assigns it to name. Now John is equal to John, which is true, and now the print function gets executed. So we have seen we can use for loop with lists and strings. Now we'll see how to use it with something called as a range function. Range functions are used to generate a sequence of numbers, and the syntax is as follows. First, we type the word range followed by an open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, we have to specify 3 numbers separated by a comma. One is the starting number, comma, then the stop number, comma, then the step. By default, the starting number is 0, and by default, the step is 1. So in this example, I'm going to generate and print numbers from 0 to 4 using the for loop and range function. So to do that, inside the range function, I've added the starting number as 0 and ending number should always be one number higher than the number which we want. Since we are printing from 0 to 4, we'll take 5 as the ending number, which is then followed by a step number. Step number we are given it as 1. Now let's hit run and see the output. So you can see here the range function has generated numbers from 0 to 4. Remember, always stop number should be one number higher than the value which we want. So first the range function generated the value 0, which was assigned to the variable number, and that 0 was printed here. Next, the range function generated the value 1, which was assigned to the variable number, and that was being printed on the next line. And similarly, values 2 to 4 are being generated and printed using the range function. Now, what if we change the step value to 2? Let's hit run and check. But now the range function starts with the value 0, assigns it to the variable number, prints it. After that, we have mentioned a step 2. That means the interval between 0 and the next number generated is 2, meaning it will jump 2 steps from 0. So from 0 you have 1, then from 1 you have 2. Now it will take that 2 and assigns to the variable number and prints it here. Now again, since we have mentioned the step as 2, from 2 it will jump 2 steps, that is it will go to 3, then it will go to 4. Now 4 gets assigned to the variable number, then it gets printed here. So this step defines the interval between the numbers which is being generated. Now it is not necessary to mention the start and the step number. If we want to generate numbers from 0 and increment it with one step. For example, if I just type 5 within the parenthesis of the range function, it will generate the same code from 0 to 4 as we have seen with the previous example of 0, 5, 1. So both this line of code is exactly the same. By default, if we don't mention the start and the step number, it will take the start number as 0 and step number as 1. In exercise 24, I want you to write a code to ask the user to enter a number and use the for loop and range function to print numbers from 1 to the number entered by the user one line at a time. For example, if the user enters 5, you have to print the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one line after the other. So let's see the answer for this exercise. So in line 1, using the input function, I'm going to ask the user to enter a number. Whatever number he enters, I'm passing it inside the int function to convert it into an integer and assigning that value to a variable called user number. In line 2, I'm using the for loop and the range function. Inside the range function, I'm assigning the start value as 1 and the stop value as the number entered by the user. Then on line 3, I'm going to print the number. Now when I hit run and enter a number, for example, I'll enter 5. You can see the numbers have been printed from 1, but the stopping number is 4. We have seen earlier that the stopping number should always be a number higher than the number we want. We can correct this code by adding the plus operator and the digit 1. So whatever the number the user enters, we'll add a 1 to that number so that we'll get the desired output. So when I hit play now and type 5 and hit enter, you can see now the 5 which has been entered by the user is stored inside the variable user number, and inside the range function it is going to generate numbers 1 to the user number plus 1, that is 5 plus 1, which is 6. So the starting number is 1, the stopping number now is 6. In this exercise, I want you to write the code to ask a number from the user and print the sum of all the numbers from 1 till the user number. For example, if he types 5, you are going to print from the number 1 till 5. That is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So let's see the answer for this exercise. So in line 1, I'm asking the user using the input function to enter a number. I've passed that inside the int function and I've assigned that value to the user number. In line 2, I've created a variable with the value 0. We'll see later why I have created this variable. On line 3, using the for loop and the range function, I am generating numbers from 1 till the user number. Remember here, I have included plus 1 so that if the user enters 5, here the number will be 6. So it will generate numbers from 1 to 5. On line 4, you can see I'm taking the number which is being generated by the range function and I'm adding it to the value which is stored in line 2. Now you can understand why I have created this variable with the value 0. The important thing to note is that this variable is outside the for loop. So every time the range function generates a number, it is assigned to the variable called number, which is then added to the number stored in this variable. Now once the for loop ends, at last on line 5 we are going to print the sum of the numbers which is being stored here. Also note that the print function, there is no indentation. This line will get executed only after the for loop ends. So when I hit run and enter a number, for example 5, we get an output of 15. Exercise 26, I want you to write the code to ask the user to enter marks of any number of students using the input function and store them as a list. After that, print the highest and the lowest score from this list. Let's see the solution for the exercise. In line 1, I've used the input function along with the split function to allow the user to enter the marks of the students separated by a space. Now this will create a list of marks which will be assigned to the variable mark list. Then on line 2, I'm using the sort function to sort the marks inside the list in the ascending order. Now once it is sorted, we know index 0 will always have the lowest mark and index -1, that is the last element in the list, will have the highest mark. So using that, I have created two print functions and printed the highest mark using the -1 index and the lowest mark using the 0 index. When I hit run, let's enter some marks. When I hit enter, you can see 78 is the highest mark and 2 is the lowest mark. In exercise 27, I want you to write a code to ask the user his name and to check whether the name has any vowels in it. And if so, print a message stating John Carter has the vowels in quotations O, A, E. We have done this using the multiple if statement. I want you to write the code now with for loop and if statement. Pause the video and try it yourself. Let's see the solution for this exercise. So in line 1, I'm asking the user to enter his name. I've also used the lower string method to convert all the characters of the name into lowercase. This name I'm assigning it to the variable called name. In line 2, I have created a list called vowels and in it we have the vowels as strings A, E, I, O, U. In line 3, I have created an empty list called vowel in name. We'll see why I have created this later. In line 4, I've created a for loop. And what is line 4 doing? It is going to take each element from this list called vowels and it will be assigning it to a variable called vowel. Once assigned, for example, first it takes A and assign it to this variable vowel. Once it is assigned, now this block of code will get executed. That is, I've used an if statement and checking whether the vowel, that is A, is present inside the name which the user have entered. If so, then the if block will get executed. And what is it doing? It is adding that vowel using the append method to this empty list which we have created in line 3. So this piece of code, that is from line 4 to line 6, takes each vowel from this list, checks whether that vowel is present in the name entered by the user, and if so, it will add it in this list called vowel in name. Now once this is done, next line 8 will get executed. In line 8, I've created another if statement and the condition I've given as the list itself. If you remember, a list will return a true Boolean value only if there is elements inside the list. So if during the execution of this block of code, there is addition of vowels. For example, let's say E is present in the name. So E will be added to this list, and if so, there is one element inside the list, and hence when line 8 gets executed, the condition will return true, and if true, then this block of code will get executed. Here in line 8, I've used something new. That is, I've used something called as the join method. Join method is used if we want to combine the elements of a list into a single string. Here is an example to explain the join function. So we have a list with 5 strings. I want to join these 5 strings with a space in between. So to do that, on line 2, I've used the join method. We have to start the join method with a separator. A separator is something we write within quotations, which will be added between the elements. So here I've kept the separator as a white space. That's it. After specifying the separator, we have to type a dot followed by the word join, then open and closed parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis, we have to pass the list whose elements we want to join. Now the entire thing will be converted into a single string. That is, all these elements will be joined with a space and will be converted to a single string, and that string we are going to assign to a variable called a, which will be printed using the print function. So when I hit run here and check, we can see all the elements of this list have been joined together with a blank space which we have specified within quotations here and converted into a single string. So this is the same thing which is being done here. So here inside the join method, I've passed the list vowels in name. That is, whatever vowels are there inside the names, we are appending using these lines of code. And for example, let's say E and I are added to this list. So we have E and I. So these two elements will be joined using a comma and be converted into a single string and assigned to this variable called found vowels. Now on line 10, we are going to print whatever the name entered by the user followed by these characters, then within quotations, the string which we have created in the above line. So when I hit run here, let's enter a name, for example, John Carter. And when I hit enter, you can see John Carter has the vowels A, E, O. So this is the string which has been joined using line 9. So in exercise 28, I've given you a list, and in this list we have 4 elements. I want you to check if vowels are present in each name, and if so, print the name along with the vowels it has. For example, Sam has the vowel A. Now let's see the solution for this exercise. So in line 1, we have the given list, which has 4 elements. In line 2, I've created a list called vowels, and inside it, we have the vowels as the elements. In line 3 and 4, I have created 2 empty lists, which I'll explain in a bit. Next, in line 5, I've created a for loop, and this for loop basically takes the elements inside the list called name list. That is, it is going to take each element from this list and assigns it to the variable called name. Now after that, in line 6, again I have used a for loop, and I am taking each element from this list, that is the vowel list, and assigning it to the variable vowel. So for example, in line 5, when it gets executed, first Sam is taken and is assigned to the variable called name. Now when it comes to line 6, it takes the first element of this list, that is a, and assigns it to the variable called vowel. Okay, so here we have Sam, here we have a. Now inside this for loop on line 7, I have created a if statement. If a in name, if vowel in name, that is, if a is in Sam, which is true, then this if block gets executed. That is, it takes that a and appends it to the empty list which we have created in line 3, that is the vowel list. Very importantly, note the indentations here. For each name taken from the name list and assigned it to the variable name, this entire block of code will get executed. That is, first, this for loop gets executed. It takes each element of the vowel and checks if it is in the string Sam or not. If it is there, then it will append it to this list. Now, once it checks all the elements here with the first word Sam, then this for loop will end and it will go to the if statement, which is at the same indentation level. Now, if statement, I've given the condition as the list itself. That is, if there is any vowel inside the list, then this will return a true Boolean and the if block here will get executed. That is, it will append this message to this empty list which is created in line 4. So what is this message? We are taking the name which is Sam, concatenating with the string called has the vowel, and again concatenating with this join method, which is going to join whatever elements are there inside this list called vowel list. So after appending to this new list called name with vowels, then on line 11 we are going to clear the vowel list. Why are we doing this? Because next, when the for loop in line 5 runs, it is going to take max. So we don't want the previous vowels which we have appended when checking with the element Sam to be still there in the list, vowel list. So hence in line 11 we are clearing the vowel list by again assigning an empty list to the same vowel list. Now line 5 again gets executed. Now it takes max from the name list, assigns it to name. Now again in line 6 it's going to take each element from this list called vowels, and in line 7 it will check whether those elements are present inside max. If it is present, it will append it to this vowel list in line 3. After checking all the vowels, it will go to the if statement, that is whether the vowel list is empty or not. If it is not empty, then this message gets appended to the name with vowel list. Now again we are clearing the vowel list so that when line 5 is again run, it will take John and the whole process will repeat. And once the other elements of this list, that is John and Ronaldo, are also checked, now we are going to work with only one list, that is name with vowels, which has the message which we want to print. So to do that, I've used the for loop to take each element from this list, assign it to a variable called x, and print it using the print function. So when I hit run here, you can see it is printing each name with the vowel it has, one line after the other. So till now we have seen two ways by which we can store data. One is using variables where we can store either string or integers or floats or Boolean value. And the other way of storing which we have seen is through lists. And in these lists, the element can be of any data type. Dictionaries are another way of storing data. But the key difference is that here they are stored as a key value pair, and a dictionary is defined by curly brackets. In order to create a dictionary, first we type the dictionary name, then an equal to sign, followed by an open and closed curly brackets. So whenever we use curly brackets, by definition, it is a dictionary. So remember, in lists we use square brackets, here we use curly brackets. So inside the curly brackets, we are going to enter the key value pairs. So here we have three key value pairs and I have color coded them. So in order to write a key value pair, first you write the key name followed by a colon, then the value name. The value here is attached to the key. The key can be either a string or a number, but the value can be of any data type. It can be a string, it can be a number, it can be a Boolean. But remember, key can be either a string or an integer. So this is one key value pair in red, which is followed by a comma. Then we can write as many key value pairs as we want. One more point is that the key should be unique. Here there are three key value pairs and I've named the key as key 1, key 2, key 3. So each key is unique so that in order to access the value, we can use that specific key. So here I've created a dictionary with the name dictionary 1. We know it's a dictionary because I have enclosed it within curly brackets. Now inside the dictionary, I have three key value pairs separated by a comma. Now note that each key is unique and all the keys here are strings, whereas the values which are associated with the key are of different data type. Here you can see it is a number, here it is a string. Now let's see how to print the value John by accessing its key name. First we write the name of the dictionary, which is dictionary 1. Now in lists we use the index to access the elements, right? So here we are using the key to access its value. So the key here is name and the value which we want to access is John. So what we are going to do, after we enter the dictionary name, we are going to type square brackets, and inside the square brackets we are going to pass the key name so that we can access its value John. So what we are going to do, we are going to print the value. So I'm putting the entire statement inside the print function. Now when I hit run, you can see the value of the key name, which is John, is printed here. Similarly, if I want to print the value 30, I have to use the key age. So when I put inside this age and hit run, you can see 30 is being printed. So by using the keys, we can access the value associated with it. Now, how can we add a new key value pair to this dictionary? We can do so by first writing the name of the dictionary followed by an open and closed square brackets, and inside the square brackets we have to define the key first. So let's say I want to add the phone number. So I'll write phone number. After typing the key, then we use the assignment operator and type the value which we want to assign with this key. I'll type 1, 2, 3, 4. Now on the next line, I'm going to print the entire dictionary. When I hit run, you can see that a new key value pair is added to the above dictionary. So in order to add a new key value pair, you first type the dictionary name and inside the square brackets, you type the key, then use the assignment operator to assign a value to that key. Now what if you want to replace a value inside a dictionary? To do that, it is quite similar to adding a key value pair, except we are going to enter the key which is already present here. For example, let's say we want to change the value John to Sam. To do that, we have to enter the key inside the square bracket. So I'll enter name here. Then I'm going to assign a new value which is Sam. So when I hit run now, you can see that the value of the key name has now been changed to Sam. Now, how can we remove a key value pair? Say we want to remove this key value pair age 30. So to do that, we can use the del keyword. So in line 2, I've used the del keyword followed by the name of the dictionary, and I've passed the key inside square brackets. Now when I hit run and when we print the entire dictionary, we can see that this key value pair is deleted from the entire dictionary. So in order to delete a key value pair, we can use the del keyword followed by the dictionary name and the key of the key value pair which we want to delete inside the square brackets. Now what if we want to delete this key value pair, but we want to store the value alone in a variable? How can we do this? Here we can use the pop function. Here I create a variable called a equal to, then I write the dictionary name followed by a dot, then you enter the function pop, and inside the parenthesis we are going to enter the key. So I'll enter here age. So what this line does is that it will remove this key value pair from the dictionary, but it will store the value of this key value pair inside this variable called a. In line 3 we are going to print the dictionary, and in line 4 I am going to print the variable a. When I hit run here, you can see that age 30, this key value pair has been removed from the dictionary, but since we have used the pop function, we have stored this value in the variable name a, and that has been printed here using line 4. There are three important dictionary methods which we can use with the dictionaries, and these include key method, value method, and item method. We'll see with examples what each of these methods do. So let's look at this piece of code. So here we have the same dictionary on line 1, and on line 2 I have used the for loop and the dictionary method key along with the above dictionary by typing it after a dot. And inside the for loop I am going to print I. When I hit run, you can see we are printing all the keys which are inside the dictionary 1. So this key method iterates over the key value pairs of this dictionary, and it will take only the key every time it iterates over the key value pair, and that key is assigned to the variable I, which is being printed using the print function. When we use the value method instead of the key method, we can take the value out of each key value pair, and that value gets assigned to I, and we can print the values one line after the other. If we use the item dictionary method, what this will do is that it will take the key value pair from the dictionary and convert it into a tuple. We'll see what tuples are, but for now just remember tuples are similar to lists, but they are defined by parentheses. So those tuples are assigned to this variable I and is printed. So when I hit run here, you can see it takes the entire key value pair, converts it into a tuple, and that tuple is being assigned to the variable I and being printed. So tuples are defined by curly brackets. Now we can make one change to line 2 so that we can have more access to this tuple. That is, we can type I, comma, j, so that when this tuple is created here, the key which is name will be assigned to the variable I, and the value John will be assigned to the variable j, and we can print them separately. When I hit run here, you can see name gets printed first, then John gets printed. This line of code, that is using two variables one after the other by using a comma to assign the values of a tuple, is called tuple unpacking. This tuple unpacking gives more flexibility to work with the data. So in print function, we can add an f string, and inside the f string, I can write key I, comma, value j. So now when I hit run, you can see first key gets printed, then the value gets printed. So this use of the item dictionary method and the tuple unpacking, that is assigning the values of the tuple to separate variables, allows us to use it more flexibly in our code. We can use the in keyword along with the if statement to check if a particular key is inside a dictionary. Remember, we can only check keys and not values. So in line 2, I'm going to check whether the key name is inside the above dictionary using the keyword in. And if this condition returns true, this block of code will get executed. So when I hit run, you can see the block of code is getting executed. But if I use a value, for example, instead of the key here, let's say I type John. Now when I hit run, nothing happens. So it is very important that we can use the in keyword to check whether only keys are inside a dictionary or not. As we have seen with nested lists, nested dictionaries are dictionaries inside dictionaries. So here is the syntax for nested dictionary. First, we write the dictionary name followed by the assignment operator. Then we enter open and closed curly brackets. Inside the curly brackets, we are going to write the key value pair. But the value will be a separate dictionary. So here I have two key value pairs in the main dictionary. On line 1, I have the first key value pair. On line 2, I have the second key value pair. Note that the value of key 1 and the value of key 2 are by itself a separate dictionary. And inside that nested dictionary, in line 1, we have two key value pair. And similarly, inside the value of key 2, we have another separate dictionary and that has two key value pairs. Now let's see how to access elements from this nested dictionary. So here I've created a dictionary called dictionary 1. And inside the dictionary, I have three key value pairs. So this is the first key value pair followed by a comma, then the second key value pair followed by a comma, then the third key value pair. Notice here that I have used a numerical value as a key here, 1, 2 and 3. The values of these keys are by itself a dictionary. Hence, dictionary 1 is a nested dictionary. Inside these dictionaries, I have two key value pairs. Now let's say we want to access the age of Sam, which is 34. On line 4, we are going to write the code to print the age of Sam. So to do that, on line 4, I'm going to use the print function, and inside the print function, first I'm going to type the dictionary name followed by a pair of square brackets, and inside the square brackets, first I'm going to enter the key which is associated with the value. So the key associated with the value which we want to print is 2. So I'll enter 2 here. After that, again I'll enter an open and closed square brackets. And inside this square brackets, I'm going to enter the key which is associated with the value which we want to print. That is age. I'll again explain this code. First, we write the dictionary name followed by the main key within square brackets. That is, we are going to access the value of this key. So I've written 2 here within square brackets. Then once we have access to this value, I am going to access the value of this key. So I'm going to enter again within square brackets the key age. So once this is written, when I hit run here, you can see 34 is being printed. Similarly, we can change the value inside the dictionary as we have done with the previous lectures. Let's say I'll change the value of this age to 12. So to do that, first I'll type the dictionary name followed by a square bracket. First I'll type the key which is 2 here. Then I'll type another square brackets. Then I'll pass the key whose value I'm going to change, which is age. Then I'll put the assignment operator and enter the new value which I want to assign. Now on the next line, I'm going to print the entire dictionary. When I hit run, you can see here age has been changed to 12. So in this nested dictionaries, I've arranged it in a way so that it is very easy to read. After I have written the first key value pair followed by a comma, I have hit enter so that the next key value pair is on the second line, and so on. So this type of arrangement makes the dictionary more readable, and these type of nested dictionaries are a very useful way to store data in an ordered manner. In exercise 29, you're going to write the code to ask the user to enter 5 names and their phone number and store it inside a dictionary and print all those 5 names along with the numbers in the following format: name colon followed by the name, comma, phone number colon followed by the phone number. Let's see the solution for exercise 29. In line 1, I've created an empty dictionary called contacts of 5 people with the help of curly brackets. Now on line 2, I've created a for loop, and in the for loop, I've used the range function. And inside the range function, I've specified the stop number as 5. So whatever is inside the for loop will be looped 5 times, and I will take a value from 0 to 4. Since we haven't specified the starting number, it's going to take the starting number as 0, and the ending number will be one number less than the stop number. So it will be 4. So it will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So total is 5 times. So this piece of code will run 5 times. So inside this block of code, I've asked 2 questions. That is, I am going to ask the user using the input function the name and the phone number of the person. But inside the input function of name, I've used an F string and I've asked the question enter the name of the person, followed by within curly brackets I've used the number which is assigned to I and added 1 to it. We know it will start from 0, so 0 plus 1 is 1. So it will print a message called enter the name of the person 1. After line 3 gets executed and the entered name is assigned to the variable called name, then line 4 gets executed. It will ask the question enter the number of the person name. I've written it inside curly brackets. So once he enters the phone number, that will be assigned to the variable called phone. Now on line 5, I'm going to add that name along with the phone number by passing the name as the key and assigning the phone number as the value to that key. So this gets added to this empty dictionary. So since we have used a range function, this piece of code occurs 5 times and we enter all the 5 persons' name and phone number. Now once for loop is completed, I'm going to print a message called contact details of 5 people using the print function. After this is printed, I'm again using the for loop to access the key value pair inside the dictionary. So here in line 7, after the for keyword, I have accessed the dictionary and used the item method so that we take both the key and the value simultaneously as a tuple, and I've used 2 variables, that is name, comma, phone number. So we are going to unpack the tuple which has been got from this code and assigning the key to name and the value to phone. And when it goes to line 8, we are going to print the appropriate message using these 2 variables which contains the key and the value. So since we have used a for loop, this for loop will go through all the key value pairs stored inside the dictionary. Let's hit run and enter 5 names here. First, I'll type Sam 123, then John 345, Max 234, Ronaldo 678, Harry 876. Now after hitting enter, you can see we have printed it in the desired format. That is name is Sam, comma, phone number is 123. So in exercise 30, I want you to write the code to ask the user to enter the name and marks of 5 students and store them in a dictionary. Now from that dictionary, create a rank list of the following students and print it. remember you have to print according to the rank. That is from first rank, then second rank, then third rank, and so on. So whatever we have learned so far won't be sufficient to complete this exercise. I want you to know a site called Stack Overflow. So whenever you encounter a problem which you don't know, you just type the problem in Google followed by Stack Overflow. So this website is a community where people can ask questions and get answers from developers. So make use of this website if you have problem completing this exercise. Now let's see the solution for exercise 30. In line 1, I have created an empty dictionary called student dictionary using the curly brackets. Then from line 2 to line 5, it is exactly the same as we have seen with the previous exercise. That is, I've used a for loop along with the range function, and inside the range function, I've passed a stop value of 5. So this block of code will be executed 5 times. And inside this block of code, I'm asking the name of the student and storing it into the variable called name. And also I'm asking the mark of that student and converting it into a float and then storing it into a variable called mark. Then in line 5, I'm adding the name and the mark entered to the above dictionary as a key value pair. So this piece of code is exactly the same as we have seen earlier. From line 6 to line 9, this piece of code has three things which haven't been discussed till now. That is, I've used here the sorted function, the lambda function, and the enumerate function. So before we discuss this piece of code, let's see what these individual functions do. So here in this example, I've created a dictionary called A. And in this dictionary, we have four key value pairs. And I've arranged these key value pairs one line after the other so that it's easily readable. In line 5, I've used the sorted function and passed the dictionary inside the sorted function and stored whatever the output comes from this function into a variable called b. In line 6, I'm printing the contents of the variable b. When I hit run, let's see what this sorted function does. You can see here the sorted function takes only the keys of the dictionary, sorts it in alphabetical order, and stores it inside a list. So sorted function when used with dictionary creates a list, and inside the list it takes only the keys of the dictionary and arranges them alphabetically. Here, after typing the dictionary, if I enter the dictionary method item, now when I hit run, we know item will take each key value pair as a tuple, and that tuple is passed inside the sorted function, which will create again a list of tuples. And these tuples, you can see tuples are defined by parenthesis, and these tuples are arranged so again based on the key. So you can see John comes first, then Mary, then Max, then Sam. So remember, sorted function arranges the dictionary based on the key and returns a list of items. But we want to sort this dictionary based on the marks and not the name. So how can we do that if sorted function only sorts the dictionary based on the key? We can do that by overriding the key. To do that, inside the sorted function, after we type the dictionary name followed by the items, we enter a comma and type key. Then we type the assignment operator. Now whatever we type after this assignment operator, that will be assigned to be taken as key. And based on this new key, the sorted function will sort the entire dictionary. Now here I'm going to define a function. Remember, sorted is a function, print is a function, input is a function, but all these functions are inbuilt functions. That is, they are available in Python. Now I'm going to create my own function using the keyword lambda. After lambda followed by a space, I'm going to type x, then colon, then x, and inside the square brackets, I am passing 1. Now, before we understand this, let's look at the syntax for the lambda function. The syntax of lambda function is as follows. First we write the lambda keyword followed by a space, then the argument followed by a colon, then the expression. What is this argument and expression? An argument is something we pass into the lambda function, and an expression is the piece of code the function will execute and return an output. Here in this example, I have created a lambda function in line 1 and assigned it to a variable called a. Now inside the lambda function, x is the argument and this piece of code, that is x to the power 2, is the expression. So in line 2, I'm passing a value 4 inside this lambda function. So x takes an argument 4 and this 4 is squared and the output is printed using the print function. When I hit run, you can see 16 is being printed. So here x is the argument and this is the expression. X takes the value 4 and that 4 is used inside this mathematical operation, and after the operation is completed, it will return that value to a. Now when we look at this code on line 5, we can easily make out what lambda function does with this dictionary. So here inside the sorted function, we are taking the items, that is, we are taking each key value pair as a tuple. After taking it as a tuple, we are using the lambda function and redefining the key. Inside the lambda function, the tuple which is created, the key value tuple which is created, is taken as x, and that is being processed inside the expression. We are using that tuple and accessing the element using the index 1. That is, Sam will have an index 0 in the newly created tuple, and 55 now has the index 1. So we are taking the 55 and we are assigning it as the key. Now the sorted function will sort based on the key, but the only difference is that since we have defined the key using the lambda function and passed the value as the key, now this whole dictionary will be sorted according to the value, that is according to the marks obtained. When I hit run here, you can see the sorted function creates a list, and inside the list we have tuples because of the item method we used, but all these values inside tuples are arranged based on the marks obtained. But we want to print the marks in the descending order, right? Not in the ascending order. To do that, after the key, we type a comma, then we type something called reverse, followed by a assignment operator. And now we assign a Boolean value true to it. What this will do is that after this piece of code creates this list containing tuples which are arranged according to the increasing marks, this reverse function prints this entire list in the reverse order. So when I hit run here, you can see first 82 comes, then 55, then 32, then 12. This is the same piece of code which we have used in line 6 in exercise 30. So I've taken the dictionary, I've used the item method to take each key value pair as a tuple, and then I've reassigned the key and used a lambda function taking the tuple, and in that tuple, based on the value in index 1, that is based on the marks, I'm going to sort the entire dictionary. And here I've also used the reverse function and I've set it to true so that the entire list is now reversed and is stored inside a variable called rank list. Next, on line 7, I'm going to print the message called rank list. And after that, I have used a for loop to loop inside this list, which has now been created using the sort function. Remember, rank list is a list which contains tuples as its element. And inside these tuples, there are two elements, that is name and marks. So here, after the for keyword, I've used something called as the enumerate function. So what does this enumerate function do? To understand that, look at this example. Here I've created a list, and this list has two elements, that is Sam and John. I've used the for loop and the enumerate function. Inside the enumerate function, I passed the list A. So when this line of code gets executed, what this enumerate function does is that it will take first the element Sam from the list along with its index in a particular order. That is, first it will take the index, then the element. So first it will take 0, then the element Sam. Since it's taking both the index and the element, we can assign both those values in separate variables, which I have done here. So first I've defined a variable called index followed by a comma, then the variable called name. So when enumerate acts on element 1 of this list, it will take an index 0 and assigns to this variable index, and takes this element and assigns it to the variable name. And these two elements can be used in subsequent codes. When I hit run, you can see first when it takes Sam, it takes along with it its index. So index 0 is assigned, then Sam is assigned, which is printed here. Similarly with John, it takes the index 1 and also the string John. Now what if we want to start it with 1? We can do that by specifying a start value inside the enumerate function. To do that, after we pass the list, type a comma, then type start equal to 1. So now when I hit run, you can see although Sam has an index 0, it will start with an index 1. Similarly, when it takes John, although the index of John is 1, it will now take it as 2. Now in this example, I just made a slight change to the list. Inside the list, I have made two tuples as its elements. So this is element 1, which is a tuple, and this is element 2, which is another tuple. So inside the tuples, we have two elements, Sam 44. Now, if I use the enumerate function and take each element from this list, it will take the entire tuple as the element. So that will be taken, and its index is 0, but we have specified to start the index with 1. So when it takes the first element, 1 will be assigned to rank, and this entire tuple will be assigned here. That is, I've used here tuple unpacking. What is tuple unpacking? We are unpacking the elements of the tuple and assigning it into separate variables. So I am assigning Sam into name and the mark 44 into a variable called marks. So using tuple unpacking, I am assigning it to name and marks, and the index which is starting with 1 will be assigned to rank. On the next line, I'm printing the rank, name and marks. When I hit run, you can see first it takes the index 1 since we have specified 1, then it prints the name, then the marks. Similarly with the next tuple. This is the same code which we have used here also. In line 8, we have used the enumerate function, passed the list, which is a list containing tuples, and inside the tuples we have the name and marks. We have used the starting index to be 1, so 1 will be assigned to rank, and the tuple will be unpacked and assigned to name and marks, which will be used in the next line of code. So when I print this exercise, let's enter 5 names and their marks. Now when I hit enter, you can see a rank list is made and it is arranged with respect to the marks obtained by the candidate. Till now we have seen 3 ways to store data, that is through variables, through lists, through dictionaries. When we use lists, we use the square brackets. When we use dictionaries, we use the curly brackets, whereas tuples are defined by parentheses. Tuples are similar to lists, that is, inside the parenthesis, we write the element followed by a comma, then another element followed by a comma. But the only difference is that once created, it can never be modified. That is, you can only access the element, but you can't add, delete, or modify an element. So in this example, in line 1, I have created a tuple called my tuple using the parenthesis. And inside the parenthesis, we have 4 elements. We can access the elements similar to the list by first typing the tuple name and by using the index inside the square brackets. Here I'm trying to print the element apple from this tuple. So I've written the tuple name followed by open and closed square brackets, and inside it I've given the index of apple, which is true. When I hit run, you can see apple is printed. As we said earlier, we can't modify a tuple. For example, if I try to change the element apple by assigning another element, and now if I print the tuple and hit run, you can see there is a type error. Tuple objects does not support item assignment. So we can only access the elements inside the tuple, but we can't modify, add or delete any element inside the tuple. We can apply the concept of slicing with tuples. So here I've created a tuple called original tuple, and inside it we have 6 elements. On line 2, I'm creating another tuple by slicing the original tuple from index 3 till the last element. And in line 3, I'm trying to print the newly created tuple. If I hit run, you can see a new tuple is being sliced from the original tuple. In the previous exercises, we have seen tuple unpacking. So here is another example of the same. So in line 1, I have a tuple called book1, which has 3 elements. Since we know the number of elements inside the tuple, we can unpack this tuple by assigning these elements to 3 variables as done in line 2. So I have created 3 variables, book, author and year, separated by a comma followed by a assignment operator. Then I have entered the tuple name. So atomic habits will be assigned to the first variable book, James Clark to the second variable author, and 2018 to the third variable year. So this type of tuple unpacking gives more flexibility to work with these elements inside the tuple, as done on line 3. When I hit run, you can see the output. We can use list method to convert a tuple into a list so that the newly created list is now modifiable. In this example on line 1, we have a tuple called book1, which has 3 elements. We know tuples are immutable, meaning they cannot be modified. Only we can access these elements. So in line 2, I've used the list function. You just type list followed by an open and closed parenthesis. And inside the list function, I have passed the name of the tuple which I want to convert. Now this line of code converts this tuple into a list, and now I have assigned it to this variable book1 list. In line 3, I am appending the value 13 to this newly created list, and I am changing the value in index 2 to 2024. Then on line 5 and line 6, I am printing the original tuple and the list which has been created. Now when I hit run, you can see this is the original tuple which is defined by parenthesis. Then from this tuple we created using the list function this list, which is now modifiable, as you can see with these 2 elements. Here I've used the for loop with the tuple book1. So in line 2, I've created the for loop by typing the keyword for, then elements in book1. So when the for loop runs, the first element will be assigned to the variable elements, and when it comes to line 3, this will be printed. Then the loop continues until all the elements are printed. So when we hit run here, you can see all the elements of the tuple are printed. We can also use the enumerate function with tuples along with the for loop. So here I'll pass the tuple book inside the enumerate function. Since enumerate function takes the element along with its index, I'll add the variable index here followed by a comma. Then in the print function, I'll add index, comma, element. So now when I hit run, you can see it prints the elements along with its index. In this exercise, you are given this code from line 2 to line 5. And I want you to complete the code so that you'll get the output as in line 1. Now let's see the solution for this exercise. So we have been provided with this information. That is, first we ask the user to enter the city name to which a title method is passed and is assigned to the variable city name. Then we ask the latitude and longitude of the city name and assign it to the concerned variables. In line 5, I am making a dictionary called city coordinates based on the entry given by the user. So inside the dictionary, I am passing the key as the city name followed by a colon. Then we have created a list as the value. And inside the list, we have created a tuple which has two elements. One is the latitude and another is the longitude. So this is the code which is given to us. We need to write a code so that we can get the output. The latitude of the city is dash and the longitude is dash. So this is the code which I've written for that exercise. I've used a for loop, and to the dictionary I've used the item method so that both the key and the value, that is the city name and this entire list, is assigned to two variables, city name in dict and coordinates in dict, which I have created. Now once these two are assigned, now inside this for loop I have again created a for loop which I'll apply to this list which is stored in coordinates in dict. So when the for loop is applied to this list, the list inside has only one element which is a tuple, and that tuple I'm going to unpack it and assign to two variables called lat and long. So now we have all the three data, that is the city name which is inside this variable, the latitude of the city and the longitude of the city, which we have got from this dictionary given in the exercise. So with these three information on the last line inside the for loop, I am printing the desired output. So when I hit run now, you can see I'll enter New York. Next, I'll enter the latitude. Now I'll enter the longitude. Now we get the desired message. So in exercise 32, I have given a dictionary called bookstore. And inside this dictionary, we have two key value pairs. The key here is self-help. Then we have a list as the value. Then we have the second key as finance. Then its value is also a list. And inside these lists, there are tuples. And each tuple has two elements. One is the book name and the other is the author name. I want you to do two things with this dictionary. One, you're going to ask the user to enter the book Atomic Habits using the input functions. And once he enters, you will display the details of this book, that is, who is the author of Atomic Habits. The second part of this exercise is that in the code which you write, you should also include to add books, and you should add this book, The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss, inside the self-help section. So pause the video and try this exercise yourself. Here we have the solution for the exercise 32. So this is the dictionary which is given to us, bookstore, right? So in line 5, I have used the input function along with the lower string method to ask the user whether he wants to add the book or he wants only the information of a book. If the user wants to add a book, then he'll type add. If he wants only the information, he'll type info, and that will be stored into a variable called book action. And based on the user's entry, I've created an if-else block. So if the user types add, then this block of code will get executed. If he types info, then the else block of code will get executed. First we'll see the else block of code, then we'll go to the if block of code. So when the user in line 5 types info, then he wants an information regarding a book. Now the else block of code will get executed since the if statement will return false. Inside the else block of code, I'm asking another question to the user with the help of a title string method to enter a book name to see who has written it. So when the user types the book name, that will be stored in a variable called book name. Next, we are going to unpack the dictionary and check whether this book name is present or not. So since dictionaries have key value pairs, I've used the for loop and I'm going to use the item method along with the dictionary to take the key and value separately and store it into two variables called key and value. Remember, in this dictionary, the value is a list. You can see here the value is a list containing tuples. So key will be either self-help or finance, and the value will be this entire list. So next step is to work with this value, that is work with this list and unpack the elements inside the tuple. So inside this for loop, I've used another for loop to unpack the value. So I'll take each tuple from the list, unpack it and store it into two variables called book and author. I've first written book because inside the tuple we have added the book name first, followed by the author. So while unpacking, it gets assigned to the appropriate variable. Now once it is assigned, we have the key, we have the book name, and also we have the author name. Now the next step is within this for loop, I've created an if statement to check whether the book entered by the user in line 19 and the book got from the for loop, whether they are same or not. If they are same, then this statement returns a true Boolean value and this print statement gets executed. So let's check this code. When I hit run, now we have line 5, that is this question is being asked. We'll type info here and hit enter. Now the if block will return false and the else block gets executed since we have typed info. Now this input function gets executed. It is asking the question, enter the book name. I'm entering atomic habits and hitting enter. Now this block of code gets executed. It searches the dictionary and finds a match atomic habits, and now it takes the author's name and line 23 gets executed here. Atomic habits written by James Clark. Sorry for the spelling mistake. Now let's see the if block of code now. So on line 5, during the initial question, if the user types add, then the if statement returns a true Boolean value, and now the if block of code will get executed. So since we are adding a new book, we have to ask the user three questions. What type of genre it is, what is the book name, and what is the author name. So these things I have used the input function along with lower and title methods. Now in the genre question, I am asking to select the user whether to add the book in the self-help section or the finance section. If he wants to add it in the self-help section, he has to type the letter yes, or else he has to type the letter F for adding it to the finance section. So once the user adds the genre, the book name and the author name, then we are going to check whether the user entered yes or F. So based on that, we are going to add the newly entered book. So here I've used the if-else block. In the if statement, I've kept if the genre entered by the user is equal to the string yes, then this statement returns true. And here I've used the append method to append the book name entered by the user followed by the author name. And note that I've put this inside a tuple and that is entered inside the append function. So this append function, I've used it with the dictionary and I'm appending to the value whose key is self-help. So we know the value of self-help is a list. So this tuple will be added to the end of this list, that is after here. So there will be a comma here, then this new list will be added as a tuple inside this list under the self-help section. So if the genre entered is F, then this if statement returns a false boolean and the block of code gets executed. So if block also does the same thing. It will append whatever the book name and author entered by the user as a tuple into this dictionary, but the only difference is it will enter it as a value inside the key finance. So it will be added under this list. So once it is added, I'm going to just print everything inside the dictionary just to show the user that the book has been added. To do that, I've used a for loop here. So I'm going to unpack the key and the value using the item method along with the dictionary. So key gets assigned to this variable, value get assigned to this variable. We know value is a list, right? Next, what I'm trying to do, I will just type the key so that first either self-help gets printed or finance will get printed. Next, I've used a for loop to unpack the value, which is a list containing tuples. So I'll unpack the tuples and assign it to book and author. Then I'm going to print it using a print function, and also there will be a tab space so that it will look pretty. So first self-help will be printed, then on the next line following a tab, for example, Atomic Habits written by James Clerk, that will be printed. So let's check this if block of code. I'll hit run. I'll type add. I'll type yes. I'll type the book name as 4-hour work week. Who wrote the book? Tim Ferriss. Now when I hit enter, you can see the genre of the book. There is a tab space followed by each book name and who wrote the book. Similarly, next we have the finance section, and in the finance section we have two books, Rich Dad Poor Dad and The Intelligent Investor. Functions can be divided into two categories. One is the built-in functions, which include functions like print function, input function, enumerate function. The next category is called the user-defined function. That is, the user or the programmer is defining those functions. We have seen one type of that function called lambda function. Now we are going to use something called as the def keyword and define our own functions, which can be used again and again in our code. Let's say we want to create a function called wish, and it is going to do only one thing, which is it's going to print a happy new year message. So in line 1, I've used the def keyword to define our function. Following the def keyword, I've given a space. Then I've written the function name, which can be anything, but here I've given it as wish, followed by a pair of parentheses, then followed by a colon. Next, on line 2, automatically an indentation is made. After that, I've used the print function, and inside the print function, the message to be printed. Now, when I hit run here, you can see in the output, nothing happens. This is because we have to do one more thing after defining a function. That is, we have to call the function. So to call a function, we have to write the function name followed by a pair of parentheses. So here I'll write wish followed by a pair of parentheses. Now when I hit run, when the program comes to line 3, it will see that we are calling the function wish. Then it will execute whatever block of code is inside the function wish, which we have defined using the def keyword. So Happy New Year gets printed here. Now, what if we want to type the message Happy New Year 2024 or 2030? So to do that, we can use something called parameters and arguments. What are these parameters and where can we use it? So parameters are used when we define the function. Parameters are nothing but variables. Here I'll give a name year as the parameter. And this year I'm going to use inside this print function. So I'll use a f string here, and after Happy New Year message, I'll use a curly brackets and I'll use that parameter here. Now, when we call this function, I'm going to pass an argument. An argument is a value which we pass while calling the function, and arguments are passed within the parenthesis when we call the function. I'll type here 2024. So 2024 is the argument we are passing, which will be assigned to the parameter called year, which will be used within this block of code when we call this function. So when I hit run now, you can see Happy New Year 2024 is displayed. We can change this argument to anything. Let's say 2013. Now when I hit run, you can see 2013, it goes as the argument and is assigned to this parameter which is used inside this block of code. Also note that we can call the function as many times as we want. So here I've called the function twice. When I hit run, you can see each time when the function is called, whatever argument we pass gets assigned to the parameter here and the appropriate message will be printed. So here Happy New Year 2023 will be printed. Here the argument is 2024. So the message Happy New Year 2024 gets printed. This is the main purpose of defining a function. That is, we can use this block of code inside the function as many times as we want by passing different arguments each time we call the function. One important point to note is that usually we write the block of code inside a function to do only one specific task. In this case, it is printing the message Happy New Year followed by the year. So here in this example, I have defined a function called wish with two parameters. Note that you can have as many number of parameters as you want, but while calling the function, if you have two parameters, then you should enter two arguments for the respected parameters. Here, if I hit run, you can see the argument John is assigned to the parameter called name, and the argument 2024 is assigned to the parameter called year. So this way of writing the arguments in the same order as we have defined the parameters inside the function is called positional arguments. So these are positional arguments, John and 24. That is, we have entered John in the first position so that whatever parameter is in the first position while defining the function will be assigned this value called John. Then this value 2024 will be assigned to the second parameter in the function. So when we write positional arguments, it is very important that we write it in the same order. Suppose we miss this order and first write 2024, then write John. Now when I hit run, you can see here in the result, the argument 2024 here has been assigned to name and John has been assigned to year. So while defining positional arguments, the order in which you define is very important. In order to overcome these errors, we can use something called keyword arguments. Keyword arguments means first you write the parameter name here, then you define the argument. So here I can write year equal to 2024 and here I'll write name equal to John. So now the order doesn't matter because we have used keyword arguments. That is, we are defining the parameter and assigning the value 2024 to it. Then again we are defining the parameter name, assigning the value John to it. Now when I hit run, you can see we get the right output. So it is always better to use keyword argument so that the appropriate argument gets assigned to the appropriate parameter. Now in case we miss one argument, for example, in wish we have two parameters. While calling the function wish, if we miss one argument and hit run here, this will lead to a type error. And it states that we are missing one required positional argument, name. We can overcome this type error by giving a default value to the parameter. I'll enter a default value to the name as stranger. Whenever we add a default value to a parameter, that parameter should be at the last. So since we have two parameters here, name and year, whatever parameter which has been added a default value should always be at the last. So I'll cut this here and add it after year. Now when I hit run, you can see if I don't pass an argument for the parameter name, it by default will take the value which is assigned here while defining the function. Note that if I defined the default value before, then it will lead to an error. So when I keep it here and hit run, you can see parameter without a default follows parameter with a default. So this is the syntax which is always preferred. That is, the parameter with the default value should always be added at the last while defining the function. Docstrings are usually created to provide information about the functions. For example, let's type the function print. Now, when I hover my cursor inside the parenthesis of the print function, you can see this pop-up. The first half of this pop-up is the code for the print function defined by the def keyword. So this code is inside the Python software which we downloaded, and below that you can see this message. This message tells what the print function does and what these elements of the print function are. So this is called as the docstring. So docstring provide information about that particular function. We can create our own docstring when we create user defined functions. For example, here we have defined a function wish. So let's write a docstring specifying what this function will do. Before that, we should follow two rules to define a docstring. One is that docstrings are always defined just after defining the function. That is, the line after the colon, we can define the docstring. And the second rule is docstrings are always within triple quotation, either single triple quotes or double triple quotes. So here I'll put single triple quotes, and inside it I'll write the message wish function will print a greeting message and wish happy new year. I can also add the parameters which this function will take. Parameters, year and name, right? So this part, that is whatever is within triple quotes, that is a docstring, will not be executed by PyCharm. This is just a documentation of what this function will do, and whenever we are using this and whenever we are calling this function and by chance we forget what this function do or what the parameters are, then we can get the docstring by passing the function name inside help. So first I'll write help, and inside the parenthesis I'll pass the function name and hit run. And in the output you can see whatever docstring we have added, that will be displayed here. So wish function will print a greeting message and wishes happy new year, and it takes parameters year and name. Docstrings are a good way to write code, since you'll be writing so many functions that you'll forget what that function does, what its parameters are. So in this function wish, we are just going to print this message. But what if we want to define a function where we want to do something, and as a result of which we get a value, and that value we are going to use it somewhere else in the code. So in that situation we can use something called as the return statement. So in this example, on line 1, using the def keyword, I have created a function called add number, and inside the parenthesis I have two parameters a and b. Now this function is going to add both those numbers and store it in a variable called sum of two numbers. And on line 3 I've used the return keyword to return this value back to the caller. That is, when we call the function as I've done in line 6 and entered the arguments, these two arguments enter inside the function, gets assigned to a and b, and this operation is carried out assigned to this variable, and the value of this variable will return back to this same line. So we can pass this entire function inside the print function, or we can store that value inside a separate variable. I'll type here value equal to, then I'll call the function. Now the value 8 will be stored inside this variable called value, and this can be used further in different parts of our code. So let's say in line 7 I'm going to print the value. Now when I hit run, you can see 8 gets printed. So return statement, when used inside a function, so returns the value to the caller, which can be assigned to a variable and used in further code. Now the important thing to note is that whenever we use a return keyword, there should not be any code after that. For example, let's say after the return keyword I type the function print and print a message called sum of two numbers. Now when I hit run, you can see only 8 is displayed. This is because whenever a return keyword is encountered within a function, whatever code is after that will never get executed. So it is very important to note that the return keyword should always be at the last. So if we want to include this print statement, then this print statement should come before the return keyword. So I'll cut it here and paste it after the print statement. Now when I hit run, you can see the print statement gets executed. The value is returned back to the caller assigned to this variable, and the variable is printed. Here I have another example where I have used the return keyword inside the function. So on line 1, I have created a function called positive or negative numbers using the def keyword. And inside the function, I have assigned one parameter called number. Now the function is going to check whether the number which is entered is a positive number or a negative number, or whether it is 0. So I've used the if-elif-else statement to do this. And inside each block, I've used the return keyword followed by the message which I want to return. So if the number is more than 0, then this message, that is positive number, will be returned. If it is less than 0, then the negative number message will be returned. Or if both the conditions are false, then this string 0 will be returned. So on line 10 inside the print function, I've passed this function and given an argument -4. When I hit run, elif statement is true. Hence, this statement will be returned back to this line, and that will be printed using the print function. In this example, I've created a function called 3numbers using the def keyword. Now inside this function, I've made 3 parameters a, b, c. And this function basically adds these 3 numbers in different combinations, and I have stored their sum in variables called x, y, and z. Next, on line 5, I use the return keyword, and I'm going to return all 3 variables, that is x, y, and z. So here after the return keyword, I have written x, y, z. When line 5 gets executed, it is going to return all these 3 numbers as a tuple. Hence, on line 8, while calling the function and passing these 3 arguments, when this tuple is returned after execution of the function, I'm going to unpack it and store it in 3 variables called sum1, sum2, sum3, which can be printed using the print function. When I hit run here, you can see the sum of the different combinations. So here the return statement returns a tuple which can be unpacked and used in our code. In exercise 33, I want you to define 2 functions. One function should ask the user to enter 2 numbers, and another function which will multiply those 2 numbers. And at the end, after calling these functions, you should print the product of both the numbers. Let's see the solution for exercise 33. So here I have created 2 functions using the def keyword. In line 1, we have the first function called ask2numbers. Since we are going to ask the user 2 numbers using the input function, I haven't defined any parameter inside the parenthesis. Now inside the function, I have used the input function inside the int function so that whatever number entered by the user will be converted to an integer and stored in this variable. Similarly, I've asked the user to enter the second number and stored it as number 2. Now on line 4, I've used the return keyword to return these 2 numbers as a tuple. On line 8, I am calling this function ask2numbers. Since no parameters are there, I haven't entered any argument. Now once it asks both the question, and now it will return the answers as a tuple. And that tuple, I'm unpacking it and assigning it to these 2 variables, number 1 and number 2. Then on line 9, inside the print function, I am calling this function. That is the second function called multiply 2 numbers, in which I am passing the arguments number 1, and number 2 inside it. Now once this function is called, this piece of code will get executed and it will multiply those two numbers, assigns it to a variable called product, and returns that product back into line 9 where it will be printed using the print function. So when I hit run here, we'll enter the first number, let's say 3. Now we'll enter second number and hit enter. Now we have the product displayed. It is very important to note that you should always define the function before you call it. In this example, I have first called the function and only on line 4 I have defined that function. So this, when I hit run, will result in a name error and it will state that name wish is not defined. So it is very important to call the function only after it is defined. Take a look at this example. Here in line 1, I've used the def key and created a function called myFunction. Inside the function, I have assigned 1 to the variable local variable. And on line 3, I'm printing the message local variable accessed inside the function. Then inside the curly brackets, I am going to print this value 1. On line 6, I am calling the function. So when I hit run, you can see the message is getting printed. But what if I want to access this variable outside the function? That is, let's say on line 7, I use the print function along with an f string and type the message local variable accessed outside the function. And inside curly braces, I'll enter the name of the variable. Now, as soon as I enter the name of this variable, that is local variable, you can see red squiggly lines. Now, when I hit run, you can see an error message stating local variable is not defined. This is because when a variable is created inside the function, its value can be accessed only inside the function and not outside the function. So when we used it in a print function on line 7, we are accessing the variable which is inside the function outside. This property of the variable, that is, the accessibility of the variable, depends upon where it is defined. Here it is defined inside, hence it has only local access. Another way to say is that this variable has local scope. But if this same variable is created outside the function, for example, let's cut this and paste it in line 1. Now when I hit run, you can see this variable which is defined outside the function can be accessed inside the function, leading to this message local variable accessed inside the function, and it has access outside the function as printed in this message. So this variable, since it is defined outside the function and has accessibility inside the function as well as outside the function, this is called as a global scope. So take a look at this code here. So here I've created a global variable called lives and assigned a value 5 to it. On line 3, using the def keyword, I've created a function called lives left. And inside this function, I've used a special keyword called global followed by the variable name lives. We know that this global variable value can be accessed both inside the function as well as outside the function. But we want to change the value from inside this function. This global variable, when used with the variable name, makes it possible. So on line 5, I'm taking the value 5, subtracting it by 1 and printing the new value of lives using the print statement. Here from line 9 to line 11, I'm calling the function 3 times. When I hit run here, you can see in the output, every time the function is called, it will reduce the value of this lives by 1 and that value gets printed. Since we have used a global variable, the reduced value is stored in line 1 and that new value will be taken the next time the function is called. Hence, you get 4, then you get 3, then you get 2 and so on. There's one more way we can. Now let's say we don't use this global variable. Let's see what happens now. As soon as we have removed, we can see the squiggly lines. Now when I hit run, you can see an unbound local error occurs. Cannot access the local variable lives where it is not associated with a value. So this thing, that is, although the value of this lives will be accessible inside the function, we cannot subtract it and reassign the value back into this variable. This is why we have to use global variables. But note that global variable should not be used often because it will change the original value stored. In those situations where we don't want to change the initial value, there we can use something called return statement. So here inside the function, I've used the return keyword followed by the action which I need, which is to subtract the value of lives by 1. So that I have written after the return keyword. So every time the function is called, since lives which is outside the function has global scope, it can be accessed within the function. And inside the function, I am just subtracting it. I am not subtracting and assigning it. I am just subtracting it and returning that value back to the place where I am calling it. Hence, the original value will be unchanged, but when we call the function, the value will be reduced by 1. So here I am deleting these two lines and printing the original value of lives. And also after calling the function, I am going to print the value. Now when I hit run, you can see line 8, that is when the function is called, it will reduce the value of 5 by 1, hence 4 is printed. But when we print the value of lives in line 9, the original value is unaffected. In these situations where we want the original value to be unaffected, we can use the return statement. So modules are nothing but Python files containing Python code. Take a look at this example. Here I have two files, file1 and file2, followed by .py. We know the extension .py means the file is a Python file. Now file2 contains certain Python code, and this code I want to reuse in file1. So we can say that file2 is a module which contains Python code. And in order to use that module inside file1, I have to use the keyword called import to import whatever the code inside file2 to file1. Now let's create a module called math operations, and in that let's write 4 functions to add, subtract, multiply and divide. So as we have seen, modules are nothing but Python files. So we can create a module in the same way as we create a Python file. Hover over the folder name, right click and click new, and inside new click the Python file and give a name. So this file name is nothing but the module name. So I'll click Python file so that it comes with the extension .py. So now we have created a file called mathoperations.py. So here I am going to write the code for those 4 functions. Now here in this math operations file, I have defined 4 functions, and in all these functions I have entered 2 parameters a and b, and I've used the return keyword to return the value which is got from adding, subtracting, multiplying or dividing these two values. Now I'm going to use this code inside this file called main.py. In order to do that, we have to import these functions from this file called math operations into the main file. Several ways to import the code inside math operation module, and we'll see them one by one. The first method is by typing the import statement followed by the module's name. Here the module's name is math operations. So I'll write math operations and hit enter. Now let's say I want to use this function, that is add function, from this module in the main file. To do that, I have to first type the module name followed by a dot, and now you can see all the functions associated with the module. I'll select add, and inside add I'll pass two arguments, 2 comma 3. So it's going to add 2 and 3, and once it adds this number it will return it to the same line, and I'm going to save it to a variable called results. So this add function is actually a method, as we have seen with string methods, list methods. So this is a method because by definition methods are functions which are associated with objects, and here these functions inside are associated with this file called math operations. So to access those methods, first we have to write the module name followed by a dot, then the method name. Now I'm going to print the results. When I hit run here, you can see the answer is 5. So this is the first method of importing the code from this module called math operations. You just type the word import followed by the name of the file or module. The second way of importing is by giving a false name to this module name math operation. Let's say we give a false name as m. So first I'll write the statement import followed by the real name of the module, which is math operations, followed by a space. Then I'll enter the word as followed by a space, then the new word which I want to associate with the module. I'll just type it as m. Now since in line 1 we have imported the module as m, we have to use m inside our code to access the module. So in line 2, instead of math operations, I'm going to use the letter m and hit enter. When I hit run here, it displays the same output. So in this way of importing the module, the only difference is that we are giving a false name to the module, and that name will be used in subsequent code. In these two methods of importing the function, we can access any method inside the function. That is, after we type the module name, you can see I can access subtract, I can access multiply, I can access divide, and so on. But what if we want to access only one specific thing? Let's say we just want to access only the function multiply. In that situation, we can rewrite this code in a way so that we can access only that multiplication function. To do that, on line 1, we have to type the word from followed by the module from which we want to import the multiplication function, that is math operations. Then followed by import followed by the function which we want to import, that is multiply. So this is how we write from math operations import multiply. So this line will import from this file or module only this function multiply, and this can be used inside our code without specifying the module name. That is, in results I can directly enter multiply and pass the arguments inside the parenthesis. So let's say 2 comma 4. Okay, now when I hit run, you can see it has multiplied the value and given the result. There is one more method where we can access all the functions within this module, that is multiplication, division, subtraction, addition, without using the module name, and that is by doing just one change to line 1. We just remove this multiply and add an asterisk. So this is the syntax to import everything inside the module math operations. So first we write from math operations import everything. So this asterisk specifies to import everything from this math operations module. So here we can access all the functions without specifying the module name. Let's say I'll just type a variable name a, and I'll access the add function from the math operations module. So right now I don't need to specify math operations then put dot. So here I can directly access the add operations. I'll just type add and pass the arguments 2 comma 6. And now on line 5 I'll print A. Now let's hit run, and as you can see, it has multiplied and added the arguments which we have given. So there are four ways by which we can import a module into our desired file. In the first two methods, when we use import followed by the module name or import followed by the module name as a short name, in these two situations, we have to use the module name dot then the name of the function which we want to use. But in the last two methods, that is, when we use from module name import one function or from module name import asterisk, in these two situations we can directly enter the function name to use in our code. It is recommended that you don't use this last method of importing the module, that is with import asterisk, and mostly we import the module using the first method, that is import module name. Then we access the function name using the module name dot function name. So this is the conventional way of using the module. In exercise 34, I want you to create a module, and in that module, I want you to write the code to convert kilogram into pound and pound into kilogram. On the main file, you're going to import this module and ask the user to input the weight which he wants to convert into the other metric and display the same. Let's see the solution for exercise 34. Here I've created a new project called kg underscore pound. So inside this, I'm going to create two Python files. First, I'll create a main file. Then I'll create a file where we can write the code to convert kg to pound, pound to kg, and to ask the user to enter a number and a value. So this file, I'll name it as kg pound converter, or I'll write it as kg pound module, right? And I'll hit Python. Now here I've created three functions. The first function, askInfo, is going to ask the user to enter either K to convert it into kg or L to convert it into pound. Now note that I've also used a lowercase so that even if the user enters a capital letter, it will be converted into lowercase, and this will be stored into unit. Then I'm going to ask the user to enter the weight, which will be converted by the int function into an integer and assigned into the variable called value. Then I'm going to return both the unit and the value using the return keyword as a tuple. Now I've also defined two other functions using the def keyword. One is to convert kg to pound and another is to convert pound to kg. Note that as the parameter I have given the value inside parenthesis for both, and inside those functions first I am writing the formula to convert kg to pound followed by a print statement, and inside the print statement I am using an f string and passing the pound, the calculated value, inside curly braces followed by colon dot 2f, that is to display only two digits after the decimal point, followed by the word pounds. So whatever the value given in kg will be converted into pounds assigned to LB, and that will be displayed here. Similarly, for this function pound to kg, I have given the formula to convert it into kg, and that will be printed in line 3. So this is the module which we have created, which has three functions. And now we are going to import this module into the main file here. So I'll type from kg pound module import. So in this module we have three functions: askInfo, kg to pound, pound to kg. So I'm going to import all three. So I'll type here askInfo, comma, kg to pound, comma, pound to kg. Since we have imported all three functions from this module using the from and import keywords, we can directly use their name without specifying the module name. Next, on line 2, I'm going to print the message welcome to kg pound converter. And on the next line, we are going to call this function, that is ask info. So this ask info is going to ask the user the unit and the value, and it's going to return both of them as a tuple. So what we can do is we can first type unit comma value, and now we can call the function ask info, so that this return value, which is a tuple, is unpacked here and assigned to this variable unit and value when we call this function. Now, based on the unit, whether the user types k or l, we are going to use a if-else statement to call the other functions. On line 4, I'll create an if statement. If unit equal to k, then we are going to convert the value given in pound to kg. So I'll use the function pound to kg and pass in the argument value. Next, I'll type the else statement, and inside the else statement, I'm going to call the function kg to pound and pass the value as the argument. So first, this function ask info gets called. Once it gets called, it will ask the user whether to enter k or l to convert it into kilogram or pound. Next, it will ask the weight. Then it will return both values as a tuple, which we are unpacking here and storing it into two variables, unit and value. Now I've asked a if statement whether unit is k. If so, we have to convert it into kilogram. So I've called the pound to kg function and passed value as the argument. Now this function gets called, the value gets assigned to this parameter, this operation gets executed, and the value gets assigned to LB, which gets printed in the output. If this condition is false, then the else block of code gets executed, calling the kg to pound function, and this piece of code gets executed. We'll check it by hitting run. I'll hit K to convert it into kg. Now I'll enter the weight as 158 pounds, right? Now I'll hit enter. You can see it has been converted and displayed as 71 kg. Python has a lot of inbuilt modules in it, which has the code to do specific things. For example, here's a list of inbuilt modules available in Python. We have math module, random module, datetime module, and so on. So each module contains code to perform different functionalities. For example, math module has the code to perform mathematical operation. Random module has the code to generate random numbers. Datetime module has code to deal with dates and time, and so on. But now we'll see a little in depth about the random module. What are the codes which can be used from this module? So this is the documentation of Python, and you can access it by typing docs.python.org. In it, I've selected the random module, and here you can see the documentation of the random module. And when we scroll down, you can see all the functions available in this random module, like seed, then we have rand byte, rand range, then we have rand int, choice, etc. So there is a long list of functions which can be used from this module, but we will be seeing only these four methods or functions from the random module. The first function is the random function. So when we use this function, it generates a number from 0 to 1. The next function is the randint function, and it takes two arguments a and b and generates a random integer between those two arguments. Next, we have the choice method, and in this method we pass a sequence inside it. This sequence can be a list, it can be a string, it can be a tuple, and when passed inside the choice function, it's going to return a random element from that sequence. Then we have the shuffle function, which also takes in a sequence as an argument, and this will shuffle the entire sequence. For example, if we pass a list, it will shuffle the items in the list. Look at this example. Here I've imported the random module, And on line 2, I have a list called list of elements which has integers 1 to 9, followed by this piece of code. Now let's hit run and go through this code line by line. You can see in this output, first we have printed A. And what is A? A, so we are using the random method inside the random module, which will generate a number from 0 to 1 and store it in A. And that number, which is randomly generated, is being printed on line 8, which is displayed here. Next, we are printing B. So what is B? In B, we have used the randint method, and inside this method, I've passed two arguments, 2 and 7. So this is going to generate a number which is an integer between 2 and 7 randomly, and it will assign it to B, which is printed here as 6. Now on line 10 we are printing C. And what is C? C, we have used the choice method, and inside it we are passing the list of elements. So from this list, it is going to randomly choose an element and store it in the variable C, which will be printed here. So here 7 is randomly chosen and we are printing that value here. And on line 11, I've used the shuffle function and passed the entire list inside it. So it is going to take this list on line 2, shuffle all the elements randomly, and now on line 12, I am going to print that same list again. So this will result in a shuffled list, as you can see here. Now when I hit run again, you can see the numbers change, because every time I hit run again and again, random numbers will be generated because we have used the random module. In exercise 35, I want you to write the code for a number guessing game. Here you'll use the random module to generate a number between 0 to 100. Next, you'll ask the user to guess that number. Whenever he types a number, and if that number is higher than the random number generated, you should display a message as too high. And if it is lower, you should display a message too low. And if both the numbers are same, you should print the message correct guess. So pause the video and try it yourself. Let's see the solution for exercise 35. In line 1, I've used the import keyword and imported the random module. In line 2, I've used the randint function of the random module and passed the argument 0 and 100 inside it to generate a random number between 0 and 100. And this number I am assigning it to a variable called random number. Next on line 4, I've created a while loop and given a condition true. And inside the while loop, I'm going to ask the user to guess a number between 0 and 100. And this value, I'll convert it into an integer and store it inside the variable guess. Next, using the if-elif-else statement, I am going to check whether the guess entered by the user is the same value as that of the random number. So here in if statement, I've given a condition. If the guess is less than the random number, then we print a message stating it's too low. And on line 8, after the elif keyword, I've given the condition if the guess is more than the random number, then we print the message too high. And if both these conditions return false, then I've used the else statement to print a message that it is a right guess and I'm breaking out of the loop. So let's hit run and check this code. So when I hit 4, for example, and hit enter, you can see it is saying too low. That is, the value entered by the user is less than the random value, so the if statement is true and the if block gets executed. Once this gets executed, now again the while loop continues. So it goes to line 4, checks the condition which is true. Now it goes to line 5, asks the user again for a number. Now when I hit, for example, 50, you can see it is printing too high. Now the elif statement is now true. It prints the elif block of code. Again the loop continues. So this will continue until we reach the random number which has been generated. So now it's too low. Now 35 I'll print. It is again too low, 47. So it should be 45, let's say. Now I got the right guess, which is 45. Now I've guessed it right. Hence the else block of code gets executed and the loop breaks. In exercise 36, you are going to use the same code as the previous exercise, but you're just going to make one change. That is, you're going to give the user only 5 chances to guess the number right. So, every time the user guesses it wrong, you'll display it either as too high or too low, and then you have to display the number of lives left or number of chances left. So, pause the video and try it yourself. So let's see the solution. So we know we have only 5 lives or 5 chances. So in line 3, I'm creating a variable called lives and assigning a value 5 to it. Now, once either the if block or elif block is true, that is, if the guess is wrong, then what we are going to do, we are going to reduce the lives by 1. So I'm writing a code in line 13 to reduce the lives by 1. Then I'm going to print the lives left. So inside I'll use an if statement and print lives left equal to, and in curly brackets I'll enter the variable lives. Now in line 15 I'm going to check whether all the lives are used up. So I'll use an if statement and I'll enter lives equal to 0. Then what we do, we print you lose and we break out of the loop. So when this lives becomes 0, that is when all the 5 chances are used up by the user, then this if block will return true and this block will get executed. That is, it will print you lose and it will break out of the loop. Now let's hit run and check this code. So I'll enter, for example, 50. It's saying it is too high and it is displaying me I have 4 lives left. Now I'll enter, let's say, 30. Again too high, 3 lives left. Now I'll enter 20. Too high. I'll enter 10. Too high. Let's say 5. Oh, I made a right guess. In exercise 37, I want you to use the random module and create a heads or tails guessing game. So pause the video and try it yourself. Let's see the solution for this exercise. So in line 1, I've imported the random module using the import keyword. Next, on line 2, I've created a list called heads or tails. And inside the list, I have 2 elements, heads and tails. Next, on line 3, I've used the choice method of the random module and passed the list heads or tails inside it. So this choice method picks by random any element of this list, and that element I am going to save it inside the variable called random choice. Next, on line 5, I've created a while loop and set the condition to be true. Inside the while loop, I'm going to ask the user this question using the input function to type either H for heads or T for tails. That answer, I'm storing it inside guess. Now I've created an if-else block and I'm going to check if the guess entered by the user and the random choices are same or not. Since the user enters only H or T for heads and tails, I'm going to use the in keyword in the if statement. So I'm checking whether the guess, for example, let's say H, whether H is in random choice. So suppose random choice picks head, then the user enters H. This letter H is in heads, hence this condition returns true and the if block will get executed. So inside the if block, I've used the print function to print the statement right guess, and I'm also breaking out of the loop since the user has made the right guess. If this condition returns false, then else block of code will get executed, printing the message wrong guess, and the whole loop will repeat. So in exercise 30, I wanted to write the code for a password generator. Now for this exercise, you have to import 2 modules. One is the random module and another is called as the string module. From this string module, you can use methods which contain alphabets, digits and punctuations. So try to complete this challenge and search the web about the string module and how to use it. Now let's see the solution for this exercise. So here, as I've said earlier, you have to import the module string and random to complete this challenge. So on line 1 and 2, I've imported both the modules using the import keyword. Then on line 3, I'm just printing a greeting message called welcome to password generator. Now, passwords are comprised of alphabets, letters, and symbols. So I'm asking the user how many alphabets he needs, how many numbers he needs, and how many symbols he needs in the password. And these three questions I'm asking using the input function. And since the entered value will be will be a number, for example, 5 alphabets he needs, that I'm going to convert it into an integer and store it in the appropriate variable. That is, this much alphabet the user needs, this much numbers he needs, this much symbols he needs. Now on line 7, 8 and 9, from the string module, I am accessing the methods ASCII letters, digits, and punctuations. Now, what are these three methods and what do they contain? All three methods contain strings. Here, I have in the first line alphabets in the lower case followed by the uppercase alphabets. So we know alphabets from A to Z are 26 in number. So we have 52 alphabets. So this is what we have in ASCII letters. So the method ASCII letters contain alphabets in lowercase and uppercase. So these ASCII letters we are taking from the string module and assigning it to a variable called alphabet string. I've used this string in the variable name so that we can differentiate the user entered alphabets from the alphabets which we have got from the string module. Similarly, in line 8, I am accessing the method digits. So this digit from the module string contains all the digits from 0 to 9 as a single string. So this string, I am taking it from the string module and assigning it to a variable called number string. And the last method, punctuations, contain all the symbols which are there in the keyboard and that value and assigning it into a variable called symbol string. So all these three variables, that is alphabet string, number string and symbol string, contains the appropriate items. That is, here we have all the alphabets in upper and lower case, here we have the numbers 0 to 9, and here we have all the symbols, and all these three things are assigned to these variable as a single string, and this we are going to use it in our further code. Now in line 9, I have created an empty list called final list. On line 12, I've defined a function called gen, and inside it I have assigned two parameters. One is called user entry, another I've named it as string module. And inside the function I've used a for loop along with the range function to repeat this block of code depending on the user entry. That is, for example, let's say when we call this function, as in line 16, I'm calling the function gen and passing alphabets, which is a number given by the user. Let's say, for example, 2. So this will be a numerical value 2. He needs 2 alphabets. That will be assigned to the parameter user entry. The next argument passed is alphabet strings. So this we have got from the string module here and assigned it to this alphabet string. So this contains the 52 alphabets, which is a string. So this I am assigning it to the parameter string module. So what it's going to do when this line of code gets executed, let's say user enters 2 as the number of alphabets he wants. The user entry is 2. So this range function will generate a number from 0 to 2. That is, this block of code will be repeated twice. Inside this block of code, on this line, I'm trying to generate a random integer. And this random integer I given the start value as 0, and for the stop value I've used the len function and passed the string module. For example, so if we assign alphabet string to the string module, then we know alphabet string has 52 characters, so the length will be 52, and we are subtracting that by -1, so that will be 51. So rand int will generate a random number between 0 and 51, that we are storing it in a variable called random number. Why we have used -1, we'll see in the next line of code. The random number which is generated, I have used that as an index to take the character from the string module. That is, I'm taking a character from the alphabet string. Hence, I've used -1 here because suppose if during the execution of this line, if it generates a number 52, we know ASCII letters have only 52 characters, but the last character has an index 51. That will lead to a error. That's why we are subtracting it by -1, then we are assigning it. Now, when this line of code is run, we are passing the random number generated as the index and taking the character from the string module and appending it to this empty list called final list. Now this block of code gets repeated based on the user entry, that is how many alphabet he needs, how many number he needs, how many symbol he needs. So on lines 16, 17 and 18, I'm calling the function 3 times. So in each time, the first argument will be the user entry and the second argument will be the string which we have got from the string module. So on line 16, I'm passing how many alphabets the user wants, followed by the string, the alphabet string which we have got. On line 17, I'm passing how many numbers the user wants, followed by the string 0 to 9 which we have got from the string module. And on line 18, I'm passing how many symbols the user wants and the string which we have got from the string module which contains all the symbols. So every time the function is called, this piece of code gets executed that number of times, and ultimately in this final list we have elements added to it. So finally on line 19, I'm using the shuffle method and shuffling the entire list. And on line 20, I'm using the print function along with the f string, and using the join method, I'm going to join all the elements inside this final list without any space. So when I hit run here, let's say we need 2 alphabets. Let's say I need 1 number and 2 symbols. So when I hit enter, you can see we have 2 alphabets, 1 number and 2 symbols. So in exercise 39, you're going to write the code for a to-do list. In this to-do list, so first you have to display this menu with the number. And if the person, for example, wants to view all the tasks he has entered, he'll press 3. If he wants to add, then he'll press 1. If he wants to mark a task as completed, he has to press 4. So this is the first thing the user has to choose from. The solution for this exercise is going to be very long. Hence, we'll discuss each part of it one at a time. I've created 6 functions, one empty list, and a while loop. Now first, we'll proceed from the while loop. So in this while loop, I've kept the condition as true so that this part, that is the while block of code, will get executed unless it encounters a break. Now inside the while loop, first I'm going to call this function called display menu. When we go to the display menu, we can see inside the display menu function, I've used 5 print statements and I'm going to print one line after the other these messages. That is add task, view task, mark as completed, delete task and exit. Note each task I've kept a number. So once this function is called, it will be printed in the output and the user can select from those options a number. So the next question which I'm going to ask is enter the choice from this menu. That is enter a choice from 1 to 5. Now, based on the option, for example, let's say the user chooses 1. Now, 1 is to add a task. So 1 gets stored under choice. Then this if-elif-else block of code will get executed. We know the if statement condition matches the user response, that is 1 equal to 1. This will return a true statement, and hence if block of code gets executed. Under the if block of code, I have called the function add task. So let's see what's inside add task. So inside the definition add task, I'm going to ask the user to enter a task using the input function, and we are storing that input inside the variable called task. Then on line 13, I am going to take that value which is stored here and append it to a list, that is the empty list in line 1. Now inside the append function, if you note carefully, I have entered a dictionary with two key value pairs. Now the first key value pair, I've kept the key as a task, a string, and the value is the value entered by the user. The second key value pair, the key is completed, and by default I given a Boolean value false. So this dictionary gets appended inside the list. Now once it gets appended, now I'm going to print a message stating that the task has been added successfully. Now let's go to the while loop again. Now once the task is added, if you scroll down, you can see these two lines now gets executed. So the if-elif-else block of code ends at line 53. Now we have two more lines which are outside this block. So this will get executed now. So what it's going to do, it is going to print this message, press enter to continue. And since we have used an input function, it is just going to wait for our response. But whatever we type, it will never be stored. This line I've just created so that there is a pause in the flow of the program. And after you press enter, the clear screen function is called. What is this clear screen? This clear screen, as you can see here, it's going to print 100 lines so that there is no clutter in the output. Now let's just check by adding something. Okay, I'll hit run here. Now it is showing the menu, asking the choice. I'll hit 1 to add. Now I'll add the task as gym and hit enter. Now it is saying task successfully added, and it's saying press enter to continue. So this is just a pause in the flow of the program. So it doesn't do anything. When I hit enter, you can see there are hundreds of lines printed above. After this line gets executed, now again while loop continues. And since it is true, it's going to display the menu. That's what's being displayed here. Then after that, it's going to ask the question to enter a choice. Now let's say I'm going to enter 2 and hit enter. Now you can see tasks, and we have only one task, which is gym, which is not completed. Now let's see what has happened when we entered 2. When we entered 2, choice is assigned a value 2, and here the elif block of code gets executed, that is view tasks is being called. So what is under this function called view task? So this piece of code, that is from line 17 to line 20, I have created it here so as to easily understand what is happening with that function. In line 2, I have created a list, and inside the list there is a dictionary with two key value pairs. The first key value pair, the key is task and the value is running, and the second key value pair, key is completed and the value is false. So this is exactly what we did when we added a new task. That is, you can see here, when we appended the new task, whatever entry which the user gave, we gave it as the value for the key task. And by default, we set a false boolean to a key called completed. And this dictionary was appended to the list. Now let's see what is happening here. So when the view task is called, this piece of code gets executed. That is, I've created a for loop and used an enumerate function, and inside the enumerate function I am going to pass the list called tasks. Inside the list we have a dictionary. So this dictionary will be taken and it will be assigned to a variable called task. Whereas I've created another variable called I, which I have designated a start number as 1. So this is 1 and this task is the dictionary here. Now on line 2, I am going to check whether this part of the code has the value true or false. By default, while adding, we have kept the Boolean value as false. So this piece of code might be a little tricky to understand, but it is nothing but an if-else statement. I have asked if the value of this completed, that is, when it takes this dictionary as tasks, I am going to check the value of the key completed, that is this value. If this value is true, then this condition will return a true statement. If it returns a true statement, I am going to assign to a variable called status the value completed. Since in the above example the value is false, this will return a false Boolean value, and hence the else block of code will get executed. That is, this value that is not completed will be assigned to the variable status. And on line 6, using the print function and f statement, I am going to pass the number to I. The task that is running will be added here since I'm using the key task, followed by the status. So since it is false, this will be false. So else block gets executed. So status is not completed. So when I run this piece of code here, you can see it is displaying the number 1 followed by running. Then it is saying not completed. So this is the same thing which is happening to this piece of code. And after we call this function view task, let's see what happens in the while loop. So by default, these two lines of code will now be executed. That is, the flow of the program will be paused for a minute due to the input function unless we hit an enter. When we hit an enter, it will call the function clear screen, then again the loop continues. So let's see here, I'll hit enter. Now again loop continues, displays the options, asks for the choice. Now if I hit 3 and hit enter, now let's see what happens when we hit 3, right? It is displaying me the task and asking for something. Now let's check the code and come back again. When we enter 3, this returns a true and it calls the function mark completed. So inside this function, first we are displaying the tasks, which is what we can see here. After it displays the tasks, I'm going to ask the question, enter the task number to mark as completed, and passing this inside an int function and storing that value as task index. So as you can see here, I've entered only one task, but there is a number here. So that number I'll enter it here. Okay. So when I enter that number here, now we have an if-else statement. We are checking this condition, that is whether the task index is greater than 0 and whether the task index is less than or equal to the length of the task. That is, we are passing the entire list inside here and we are checking the length. Since we have only one element, that is one dictionary which we have added, that is gym, the length will come as 1. So it is checking whether the task index, when we enter for example 1 here, so 1 will be less, 1 is equal to 1, right? And it is also greater than 0. So this condition is now true. Next, what we are going to do, we are going to change the Boolean value which we have given in the dictionary. That is, as you can see here, by default we gave a Boolean value as false. Now we are changing this value to be true. So in order to access this we need to access its key. So that's what we are doing here. Here, first typing the list name, which is tasks. Then I'm entering the task index which is given by the user. Right now he'll enter as 1, right? For this he'll be entering 1. Now that 1 I am going to subtract by 1. Why? Because during this add function, right, while displaying the thing, I've started with 1. But the initial index is always, it starts with 0. So we are going to subtract with 1 so that we get the original index of Jim, which is 0. So it is going to take from the lists the first index. Then inside that first index, we are going to change the value of this key completed to true. So it is going to take the first element of the list, and we have used the key completed to change the value to true. So that's what's being done in this line of code. Once this is done, now we are going to print the message task marked as completed. If he enters any other number, for example -1 or -5 by mistake, then we are going to display a message invalid task number. So here let's say I'll enter 1 and hit enter. You can see task mark as completed. Now once this function has been completed, that is once marked completed, now again these last two line of code gets executed. It will wait for the user to enter. I'll hit enter here. Now the loop continues again. So I will just brief you about what I've written in the deleted tasks and the rest of the code. So when the user enters 4, we call the function delete task. Inside delete task, first we call the function view task, which will display all the tasks with their number. Next, we are asking the user to enter the task number to delete, and this we are storing it into task index. Again, we are checking the same condition. If the condition returns true, then in this line of code, I am passing the index which is given by the user, subtracting it by -1 to get the original index, and that original index is taken from the list and is deleted using the del keyword. Once deleted, I am going to print the message task deleted successfully. If he enters any other index, for example -1, then else statement is true, it will display this message. Now once deleted, again these two line of codes gets executed and the loop continues. If the user chooses 5 as his answer, then this block gets executed. It will print the message exiting the to-do list and goodbye. Now it will break, that is, the loop will end. If the user doesn't press any of these options, then else block of code will be executed and it will print this message invalid choice. Please enter a number between 1 and 5, and the loop will continue. Now we have come to the last exercise, exercise 40. So here you'll write the code for an encrypt decrypt messenger. So to complete this challenge, you have to import the string module and use the ASCII letters method from this string module. Pause the video and try it yourself. Take a look at this picture. So this explains how to go about to complete this challenge. So the first thing we'll ask the user is the message to encrypt or decrypt. So that will be the first thing we are going to ask. Once the user enters the message, we'll ask the second question, that is whether to encrypt or whether to decrypt. If the person chooses to encrypt, then we are going to ask the key. What is this key? Let's see. So here I have a variable called alphabets, and inside this variable I have a long string, and this string is composed of the alphabets in lowercase followed by the uppercase. So where did I get this string from? I got this from the string module using the ASCII letters method. So let's say, for example, the user enters a message hi. So in this variable, h has an index 7, I has an index 8. So we have the message We know the index of these two characters from this string alphabets. Now we are going to ask the key. Let's say, for example, the user enters a key as 2. Now what we are going to do? We are going to add these index by 2 and pick that character which is associated with that index from the alphabet. So for example, if I add 7 by 2, I'll get 9. And when we count from 0 from the string 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it corresponds to J. Similarly, when I add 8 by 2, I'll get 10. That will correspond to K. So I'll pick J and K from this string and add it to a variable called encrypted message. So this is the encrypted message. So I have used the key, added the key with the index of the original message. Then with the new index, I am picking the characters from the string alphabets and adding it to another variable called encrypted message. So this will be your final encrypted message. To decrypt this message, we again need the key. But here we are going to subtract the index of j and k with key. While encrypting, we added the index of h and I with key, whereas here we have to subtract it so that we'll get the correct message. So when we subtract j, which has a key of 9 by 2, we'll get 7, and k has an index 10. When we subtract it with the key, we get 8. So 7 and 8. So when we pick the 7th and 8th character from the string, we get the original message hi. So that will be your decrypted message. So this is what I've said in this flowchart. So based on the key, we are going to add the key with the index. And if the person chooses to decrypt a message, he has to again enter the key, and we are going to subtract the index with the key. Now with this understanding, we'll see the code for the exercise. So here in line 1, I'm importing the string module using the import keyword. Next, from this string module, I'm taking the ASCII letters method. That is a string which contains all the alphabets in lowercase and uppercase. So I'm taking that string and assigning it to a variable called alphabets. Next, on line 3, I've created an empty list called encrypted message, and on line 4, I've created an empty list called decrypted message. Now I've created two functions called encrypt and decrypt using the def keyword. We'll see the code inside it after we discuss the while loop. Now here in line 22, I've created a while loop and kept the condition as true. So this will continue repeatedly until it encounters a break statement. Inside the while loop, first I'm asking the question to enter the message or to press Q to quit. And I've passed the lower string method so that all the message characters are converted into lower string. Now that will be stored as the message. If the person presses Q, then I have created an if statement here. The if statement will be true if he presses Q, then the loop will break. If not, that is if the person enters a message, then I'm going to ask the next question. That is whether to enter E for encrypting or D for decrypting. Whatever the response the user gives, I'm going to assign it to a variable called ND. Next, I'm asking the user to enter the key between 1 and 9. He can enter any number between 1 and 9. That number I'm passing inside an int function to convert it into an integer and storing it in key. Now, based on this question, that is whether he presses E or D, I have created an if-else block here. If the user enters E, then the if statement returns true and the if block will get executed. Now what's inside the if block? Since he has pressed E, he wants to encrypt the message. So I'm calling the encrypt function here. And inside the encrypt function, I am going to pass in the message which the person wants to encrypt and also the key. which the user has entered. So these are the arguments which I have passed inside. Now let's see what's inside the encrypt function. So inside the encrypt function, first I've used the global keyword and made this list as global. That is, I've made the empty list encrypt message global so that whatever changes happens inside the function, that is, if we want to add something to the global variable, that action will be possible. And one more thing is that inside the encrypt message, I'm keeping two parameters, message and key. So I'm using the for loop and taking each character from the message to encrypt, and that character will be assigned to the variable called letter. Next, I'm using the if statement to check if the letter is in the alphabets variable. That is, this alphabet variable in line 2, which contains all the alphabets in lowercase and uppercase. So if it is there in this alphabets, if the condition returns a true boolean, then this block of code will get executed. So what are we doing here? We are taking the index of that character from the alphabets and adding the key to that index. For example, what we have seen in the last example, that hi, hi, right? H has an index of 7, and when the user entered 2 as the key, we added 2 to that 7, and now the new index is 9, right? So that is what we are doing here. So whatever the new index we get, I am assigning it into a variable called new index. And using this new index, I am taking that character concerned with that new index from this string, and I am going to append it to the empty list encrypt message on line 3. This is why I have used the global keyword, so that whatever change happens in line 11 can be executed. Now, if the message contains any other character which is not present in this string, that is, for example, if there is a space, so this if block returns a false boolean, and now the else block of code will get executed. And what is it doing? It is directly taking that character, for example, a white space, and appending it to this list encrypt message. So once we have got the message, now we'll go to while loop. Once line 29 is executed, now we go to line 30. So here we are using a print function along with an f string, and we have used the join method to join all the elements inside the list encrypt message without a space as mentioned here. Now once the message is joined and printed, next we are going to delete that message from the encrypt message list. Why are we doing this? Because again, if the while loop runs, whatever message is in list will remain in the list, and next time when we want to encrypt a new message, it will lead to confusion. So that's why after we print the encrypted message, we are deleting it from the original list. Next, if suppose the user enters D to decrypt, then the if block will return a false boolean and the else block of code gets executed. So here, first we call the decrypt function, and I have passed message and key as the argument. So when we go to decrypt function, here we have two parameters, message and key. Now again I've used the global variable and made this empty list decrypt message in line 4 to be accessible inside the function. So whatever changes are made in the function can be executed here. Now I've done almost the same what we have done here, except for the minus sign here. So first I'm taking the message and taking each character and assigning it into the variable letter using the for loop. Next I'm checking with the if statement if the letter is inside the alphabets, that is this main string alphabets. If it is there, then this block will get executed, and inside this block, what we are going to do, we are taking the index of that letter from the alphabet string and subtracting it with the key. Remember, to decrypt, we have to subtract it with the key. Now that will be the new index. Next, from that alphabet string with this new index, I'm taking the original character and appending it to the empty list decrypt message. If a space is entered, then this statement will be false because alphabet has only alphabets in lower and upper cases. It doesn't have a space. So now else block of code will get executed and directly that space is appended to the decrypt message. Once this for loop is completed, then we're executing line 34 and using a print function and f string and also a join method, we are going to join the elements inside the list decrypt message without any space, and that will be printed. Once printed, we are reassigning an empty list to the original list decrypt message so that the next time this list on line 4 will be empty. Let's check this code, hit run. Now I'll type a message, hello world. When I hit enter, it's going to ask whether to encrypt or decrypt. I'll press E to encrypt, hit enter. I'll choose 4 as the key. Now we get a message like this. I'll just copy this message and I'll paste this message here and hit enter. Now I'll press D to decrypt. And what was the key initially provided, which was 4. Now I'll type 4 here, and as you can see, we have the correct message. And I'll press Q now to quit the program. Done. So you have successfully completed the beginner Python course. And we now come to our last and final project. So in the ebook, I've given this message and I've given you a key, which is 5. Now copy this message and paste in the last program and use the key to decrypt this message. Thank you for watching. Happy coding.